Present.
Trustee Brickler,
Present.
trustee Wedge,
Present.
trustee Roth.
Present.
Okay, is there any public comment on the closed session agenda items? All right, seeing none, we will adjourn, or excuse me, we will recess to closed session.
Should we do?
Clock, we are going to reconvene here in open session. And trustee Wedge, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No action was taken in closed session. And are there any requested adjustments to the agenda tonight? Seeing none, I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Seeing none, it carries. Brief logistics note, tonight, these bathrooms are still locked, but at the end of the hall, those ones are unlocked. So just be aware of that. Okay, moving to item 6A, the superintendent search update.
Did you want any public comments prior to the individual item number in there, or do you want it at the beginning of all the presentations?
Oh, well, if we have some on that, let's have that first.
Okay, this is actually just 6B, so I don't know if that's a.
Okay, so let's have that before 6B.
Okay, perfect.
Superintendent Gail Garbelina Mojica and Dr. Colleen Slattery are here tonight to discuss with the board updates on the superintendent search. Push the button, and if you hold it down, push for a second. There you go.
Okay, great.
You can let go.
Now you
I
can
don't,
go.
no, I can let go.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay, I swear. Okay. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having us here today. We would just like to brief the board on our process so far with the superintendent search. Thank you to your IT department who has posted our graphic that we have sent out statewide. In addition, have shared with our professional groups that Dr. Slattery and I belong to. And we are pleasantly surprised with the type of outreach that we have been getting. So we feel good about where we are at this particular point in this process. Just to recap, on March 1st, we posted the position and it's posted on EdJoin, and it's going to run 3 weeks in EdCal. EdCal is a publication put on by the Association of California School Administrators. And in the back of the EdCal magazine, it usually lists all the searches that are happening across the state of California. So that already posted on Monday of this week. This position is going to be open until March 29th. Since then, on March 8th, we distributed a survey to your staff and to your parents, and the survey also went in Spanish. Spanish as well? Yes, Spanish as well. We held a staff focus group meeting on March 11th, Monday, March 11th, and we will be holding our parent and community focus group on this coming up Tuesday, March 19th. And we'll be arranging for Spanish translation so that if you have Spanish speaking parents, they will be guided through that process as well. We're here tonight because there's a couple of things that we need from you. That is, our next step is identifying our community input panel. As you know, that we are interviewing on Saturday, April 27th. We're going to have two panels. We're going to have a board panel and we're going to have a community input panel. we're recommending that there's really no more than 8 to 10 people on the community input panel. It becomes difficult to manage if we have more than that. If we stick with the 8 number, what we've seen in the past is having, asking for 2 staff members, excuse me, 2 certificated employees, 2 classified employees, 1 management and 3 parents. But we kind of need feedback from you tonight as to if that's what you would like, or would you like to change it up a little bit? How we normally do this is if you do want to have certificated and classified, we will reach out to the association leadership and ask them to nominate individuals that they would like to see or who is available. But we let that up to the association to make that determination. We would then send an email to the management employees and say, if anybody's interested, you have to give a whole day, April 29th. And then if we get 3 people, we put them in a hat and my assistant pulls a name out and we call that person. And then the same with parents. Unless you want to identify a certain group, like if you want to have, Sky Ridge PTC, or you want to have school site council at Auburn L, if you want to identify where you want to draw your parents from, we would just need to know that as well. And again, if we get more than one interested, we would then just pull names at that point. I just want to remind you that we do need to close, we do need to host and schedule a special closed session for April 17th or April 18th to do paper screening. You would need more than the hour of time that you usually have for closed session before your board meetings. It usually needs more than 60 minutes. So we actually like you to actually schedule a special closed session, and Dr. Slattery and I will be there, and we will go through an exercise to identify who are the individuals that you think, with a little bit of our input, you think is best deserving an interview. So with that, that's all that I have to update with you today, but it would be great to hear feedback so that we can keep the search moving in a timely manner. So.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. Regarding the community input panel, I think that sounds great. I think my one suggestion would be, if we're looking at 3 parents, maybe we try to do 1 from each of our school sites.
Okay.
And that we just have that selected from those who put in and drawn at random.
I would agree, but I also wanted to add that I appreciated your suggestion about like maybe so we're talking about as when parents indicate that they would be willing, we'll then draw randomly. But it would be helpful if there were at least 1 parent that serves in a site council role or a PTC role. I guess that's a screening for making sure that there's at least 1 who represents that perspective of being more involved in, kind of school level activities. So I don't know how we would do that.
We can put out like a form that they can check if they're involved in either one of these, and then we can sort that. And if we have 2 from school site council, we'll choose 1 with the 2. If we have 10 that are from PTC, we can choose 1 out of 10. I mean, so it's easy. And then we can see what schools that they come from and then try to go to the others. So there's ways in which we can sort that out and try to get a broad representation.
Did you mention community member? Was a community member, or like maybe getting city or a city council member on there? Is that an option?
There have been different searches have actually had a broader focus, and they've had students. With 8th grade, it's kind of I guess you could have a student. It would be a little bit of we've had high schoolers. Mostly we've had high schoolers. We haven't had middle school students. But if the board wanted to say, okay, you wanted to have somebody from Auburn City Council, or you wanted to have somebody from the Parks and Recs District, we could do an outreach to them as well. We want to keep it between 8 and 10, because after 10, it gets unwieldy. So.
And I like to make a recommendation as well. I know, I just want to make sure that all teachers are being represented, and so we have teachers that are not part of the association, and I would like to have 1 from the association and then also 1 that is not part of the association. So it covers all teachers, and all teachers are properly represented.
Do you know what your percentage of teaching staff that are not members of, is it AU? I don't know what the name.
AUTA. I do not know that offhand.
Is it a large number?
I don't believe it's a large number.
Okay. That becomes a little bit more challenging in the sense that I understand that you are desiring that. I think when you have an association that has a large representation, I think that I think it's more inclusive to have, if there's people who are not members of the association, they can go talk to their peers and say, there may not be a lot of people that want to give up a Saturday for 8 hours. So I appreciate that comment. I'm not 100% sure that's going to get you what you maybe think that you want. And it might just be better just to open it up to all teaching staff and then let the association choose.
And I'm not even sure if, because what I hear, there's 8 to 10 teachers that are not part of the association. I'm not even sure if any of those would be willing. I would just like to have that opportunity available to them.
Well, we will then we can send it out to all teaching staff and have them approach the union leadership at that point. Send it out to all teaching staff. So then if you are in classroom 7 and you're not a part of the association, but you really want to do it, then you can go to your teaching colleagues and say, hey, I'm not a part of the association, but I'm available and I really want to do it. I think we can allow for that.
Okay, yeah, I would definitely accommodate that if just so all teachers are properly represented.
And so I want to revisit that where we were talking about a little bit. So if we've got 3 seats open for parents, you're suggesting one should be at least one to PTC or school site council member. I think if we designate at least one, and then maybe the others can just be part of the random draw, because I wouldn't necessarily say we have to have only one either. I wouldn't want to limit it.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So superintendent, does that satisfy that question? Okay.
I think that it does, other than the question that Ms. Ross brought up around community members, and is that something that you want to entertain? Somebody who's a community member that is maybe doesn't have kids in the schools.
And I would even specifically stick it, like you said, to ARD because they do have an immediate concern with our district or the city council who we work with. So I would say one community member would from either of those areas. An elected official, maybe.
I'm not, ARD has a board. So you're talking about the ARD board?
Oh, well, you're
We're
right.
talking about.
You're right. I take my elected
I'm just not
official
familiar enough to-
back, but someone from ARD that is,
Like a staff member or something like that?
yeah, or city council, if you want to just keep it at city council.
Or even just city of Auburn, because if they're, city manager or other folks from the city.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm hearing one community member either from ARD or the city of Auburn.
Or perhaps also the chamber. I mean,
Chamber.
if we open it up.
Perfect.
All right. And then just if you don't have your calendars available today, just in the near future, we will need to know whether or not you would like to do your special closed session on April 17th or April 18th.
I leave the 18th, so I don't know if that,
Say again.
I leave on the 18th.
Okay.
So I don't know.
I've got something on the 18th too, so I think we can.
17th, all right, let's pencil that, let's pencil that one in. Okay, April 17th. All right. And that's all the business that I have here. Unless you have any other questions for me?
Would you let us know how the focus group went, the one that was held with staff? I was just curious about like what sort of a response you got, how many individuals participated. Well, not that you have to tell me the exact number, but what was
Right.
the general sense?
We would have liked more, to be honest. We would have liked more. We were prepared for more. But we felt like, we went through the process and we got information and input, and we'll include that in our report that we share in April. We're hoping that we get more response from the parents on Tuesday. But I think we speak for both of us that we would have liked to have seen more.
I guess as a follow-up to that too, were you getting sufficient responses from the survey?
Yeah, actually, I think we are, last I heard, we're up around, yes, we're getting responses.
Okay.
Sufficient. I mean, it's hard with surveys because you, like 25% reply rate is actually really good. And that doesn't necessarily feel intrinsically like that would be good. So we initially, yes, so we'll still keep pushing it out because I think we have till the 22nd of March to fill that out.
Great.
So we are definitely getting a lot more input from the surveys than we are from the, at least from the first focus group. And we look forward to maybe having a better turnout for the second focus group.
Last clarifying question. On Tuesday, are all parents invited?
Yes,
And can you just briefly, one more time, tell us where that's at, when it's at?
it's over Zoom, so there's
Okay.
a link. And so we're going to have it for all parents, and we had a letter that went out in Spanish and
Okay. I saw
English.
that.
And then we have it set up, we have it set up where we actually have, I think, one Zoom room, and then we're gonna,
It's actually the same. We did a trial run yesterday.
okay, so that's your, you wanna talk to that? Because
I will speak to that. We actually, it will be one Zoom room. We have our staff interpreter and another one to take notes in case anything else comes up, but everyone will be in the same Zoom room with, I'll say live or almost live translation. So everyone can participate in the polls and the chats and conversation.
Perfect.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Right. I know we've got some public comment on item 6B.
We do, thank you. First up, Connie Brocker.
Hi, Board. Thank you for allowing us to come and to speak. I am just, I've been doing a lot of pondering of how the last meeting went and just all of the transition that is expected. And a thought came to me about having unity and agreement and humility and, you know, y'all coming together in that bond of agreement. And I was thinking about parents and the board members, and I just want to ask if everyone could put yourself, like the board members put themselves in the parents' position and the parents put themselves in the board position, because of the budget situation, there's been a lot of concern that the state would come in and take over our schools, right? And that was why Alta Vista and Rock Creek were closed. And there's the whole business of the TK through the 8th grade changes. And I think that, you know, if we can put on the other person's mindset and concerns, there's always fear of the unknown, and fear of the unknown brings emotional upheaval, and change is never comfortable. And it's hard. And so you've had to make some tough decisions, and you're doing a really good job, and you're bringing the budget into a positive realm. And so I just want to say thank you for that. And thank you for taking the stand to make hard decisions. No one likes to be put in uncomfortable positions, but you're putting where the rubber meets the road, and you're doing a good job of that. So I just want to thank you, and thank you for your effort in that. And I just want to say too that you know, we don't want to have division and blaming. And I want us all to be at peace with one another. We all want what's best for our children, for the children overall. And so I just want to encourage that everybody take a deep breath and kind of relax and accept the other side, because we're not sides. We're all humanity, and we all need to support one another in this transition. And transition is hard, but it's better at the end. So thank you very much.
Kirsten Badicher.
So once again, I am dismayed and disappointed in your behavior as a board. At our last regular board meeting, you bickered, you acted like children, and I'm embarrassed to be a parent in this district. On another note, I really appreciated the TK8 updates that have started coming out. Those have been very nice to hear. However, I haven't seen much regarding children with exceptional needs. Both of my children have IEPs, and I'm wondering how those are going to be handled and implemented properly at this various sites, and whether there's going to be a difference in not availability. I trust that whatever site they go to, they're going to get what they need. But is there going to be a difference in what is offered and what is available at the various sites? That really needs to be addressed and addressed soon, because we need to make choices about where our kids are going. So that's it. Thank you.
Ryan Badisher?
Is this thing, okay, okay. Okay, so I would like to start out with concerns over the budget through the TK through eight switch. Some of the concerns that I have of the budget happen to be the fact that you would need to hire more staff to cover the increased number of classes that's required, and not all teachers can teach every single class, every single period nonstop for weeks and weeks on end. I don't think that's feasible by them. And then also another thing about the budget is that it is very tight, and how it's not entirely being used properly, and the TK for 8 change will not help it. The entire district's already struggling with money, with giant pile of debt. And I don't think that'll help, because you're gonna have hire like easily 10 more teachers just to teach the amount of students. Another thing I have a serious concern for is that a lot of people have friends and stuff, especially students. And due to the change, it's probably going to cause a lot of people to be separated, and it might cause a lot of stress for students, parents, and everyone who's involved. So I just wanted to talk about this stuff and give you guys my honest opinion about this situation. Thank you for hearing me.
Pat Pistone?
Good evening, board, everyone else here, teachers, parents. Yeah, so I'd like to just thank the board for their hard work, and in this hard changes in the transition. I'd just like to say thank you to each one of you for trying your best, and it's been hard, and there has been a lot of, division, because we agree to disagree on a lot of things in life, but that's part of life, So I'm also here to thank the teachers that are going through and have been going through a lot of hard things since the time of COVID hitting. And I wanted to say thank you to them for, just coming to work every day and helping each student. And because they're all important and they all mean everything to this district. Without them, there wouldn't be a board. There would not be a district. So our students are number one. And I know that each one of you feels that way. I really sense that in the way that you talk and the way you answer questions and ask questions about things, because you are here for the kids. And I appreciate that. So I just wanted to say thank you and just encourage the teachers. I'm just now starting to get back into substituting again. So I'm looking really forward to it. I had some health issues and my husband had some serious issues. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. I did 2 days at EV Kane. So I wanted to say it was awesome. The EV Kane kids were amazing. And it was a good experience for me, because I got to actually introduce myself to the principal, Mrs. Mayberry, and tell her what a good job that she she did. The sub plans and everything I had were excellent. I did Spanish class, so it was fun getting back to some roots of my Spanish language with the kids, and I had a really good time. So I'll be going back to Evie Kane subbing also, but I will be going back to Auburn Elementary, and I look forward to the TK-8, even though it's going to be difficult. But I think with the community and the teachers having a positive attitude and just working through what we can and helping each other, we can make it, and we can make it a good thing in this county, in our community. So thank you so much.
Yaretsi Soto.
Good evening. My name is Yuretsi Soto, and I'm the president of Auburn Elementary. I am concerned if the TK through 8 leads to combo classes, like classes with more than one grade level. I would not like combo classes because it would be too much for the teachers, because they would be teaching more grade levels and the students would be confused and not understand much. I would not like to be in a combo class. This might affect the students' education. We will not have a productive school environment. We have dreams that we want to achieve, and we need proper teachers if the students want to reach those dreams. Like my dream that started in Rock Creek. Lots of teachers are a part of my dreams. Listen to the people here that are giving you opinions, because we need the things that people are talking to you about. Our principal, Miss Morris, has been working very hard. And don't forget our opinions, because our opinions should be heard. Thank you.
Shirley Paris.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Paris, and I am a community member, very concerned. I have given 40 years of service to this community in a variety of ways. Tonight, I bring to you my concerns and some other ideas. We are several months away from beginning a new school year. So our goals were to acknowledge parents who wanted a TK-8 by giving them a TK-8 school, which is what you have voted on. I wanted to acknowledge the majority of parents who wanted the benefits of a middle school, honors classes, competitive athletics, band, electives, leadership, and community service. So my proposal, once again, transition one elementary school, either Skyridge or Auburn Elementary, to a TK-8. Auburn Elementary does have the advantage of space for portables. It would allow hiring an experienced TK principal in lieu of the resignation of Miss Morris, who will be leaving us. It would give Rock Creek parents the opportunity to keep their children in the same school if they chose, without transportation issues. Or we could transition Skyridge to a TK-8. It has the benefits of previously being a TK-8, so it does have some experience. In addition, that would allow for one school to be an elementary, TK to 5, and EVK 6 to 8 as it is currently. The results would focus on making one school a pilot school for a successful TK program. The challenges of TK could be reviewed and resolved, and one school could at one school before transitioning other schools. The district resources would be more effectively spent on making TK schools a magnet school for the focus such as science and technology. Financial resources would be reserved to offset potential enrollment deficits versus spending on retrofitting and construction costs. Fiscal prudence would be employed with the emphasis on reducing retrofitting, construction costs, and not incurring significant financial debt. Parents would have a choice, TK, elementary and middle school. The two remaining school sites, one elementary and one middle school, would focus on providing an educational environment to promote academic growth and success with minimal disruption. We would be the only district that would provide two educational models in this area that would attract new families. On the left, and my time will run out, I have given you the regulations for kindergarten facilities. I have given you the California State Education Codes of Regulations of building. And as of last week, my contact says we have not filed for permits. Thank you.
Includes public comment on that item.
Thank you. And Interim Superintendent?
Good evening, President Holt, trustees, staff, and guests. My name is Michelle Lucci Garcia. I'm the interim superintendent presenting to you tonight an update on the TK8 implementation. So let's start with a look back at our timeline. In December of 2021, the district established a budget committee because Auburn had a negative budget with qualified certification and unidentified cuts. In February of 2022, the district received a letter from Placer County Office of Education requiring fiscal recovery planning and a resolution for reductions. In March of 22, the adoption of the fiscal recovery plan and resolution to make specific cuts outlined by the budget committee came to the board for approval. Okay, thanks. In April of 2022, the established fiscal recovery implementation planning committee, which is better known as the FRIP for a good reason, because that's a lot of words, was to make recommendations on implementing the fiscal recovery plan. So this report then came to the board in December of 2022. The FRIP committee brought to the board a plan which included the recommendations that were requested. In February of 2023, the board took action to close Rock Creek School and put a hold on the discussion of the TK8 transition. Also in February, PCOE issued Auburn Union School District a letter of going concern and assigned us a fiscal expert. In June of 2023, the board heard the report from the fiscal expert, which confirmed that Auburn Union School District needed to cut $2.5 million from their budget to avoid insolvency. Also, the board heard a report from FICMAT on the fiscal health and risk assessment report that they put together after a long interview process here. In October of 2023, the board passed a resolution to reduce positions. And then in November of 2023, the board took action to reconfigure our district to a TK8 model. And then in December, the board took action to approve new district-wide attendance boundaries. So listed here on these next two slides are many bullet points with the benefits of TK8, and I've already brought many of these to the board in the past. I just want to highlight a few today between these two slides. So one important point I want to highlight for the board is a TK8 model offers opportunities for students to participate at younger ages in sports, band, leadership, and other programs. Students do not experience a loss of achievement due to a disruptive transition. Students are able to attend their home school, which can provide relief for families who transport their child to school. Students, families, and communities will come together when students are able to compete in fun, healthy competitions. And we talked about that in context of intramural sports. So I'll let you take a moment to read the second benefits of TK8 slide. Thanks, Jordan. Okay. This slide deck will be posted on our website as well. So if you don't have a chance to read all of it right now, that's okay. It'll be posted. Okay, student supports. So we have a lot of things going on. Our staff has been very busy planning out the student support part of this transition. And I know that there are concerns about what those supports will look like. So I'm going to address with you some of the supports that we are, have put into place as of now. So PBIS relaunch to support staff and students in a TK8 model. Our director, Kelly Young, is working on that with our PBIS. She's going to be working on that with our PBIS coaches at each of our sites, as well as our principals. We will continue to fully engage in MTSS meetings. So we had piloted MTSS, and now we are continuing to look at student data and support every student by name. Our Title I programs will continue at all 3 sites. And again, principals meet with their school site council to review data for our unduplicated students and to utilize the Title I funds that are given to each site. Master schedules are being created and they're filling out very nicely. The principals are really nailing down the periods and the subjects and the programs that they are putting in front of students. And we're talking about those core programs, and we're talking about enrichment and intervention as well. Sports programs, you saw in one of my updates that went out that we are working on intramurals, and there was a list of intramural sports that students really wanted. I'm going to add one to that because I did have student voices today at one of our sites. Flag football was something that kids were requesting, so that was something that we're going to add to that list. And then we're in discussion with Ackerman and Colfax on playing competitive sports. And then Soccer Stars is something that Principal Morris has brought to our principal team, and we're all taking a look at Soccer Stars and what they can offer. Having said that, I wouldn't take soccer out of intramurals. I would just say additional soccer, and the kids are going to be thrilled because they've been begging for soccer. Site coaches and athletic / activity director stipend positions will be available to support these sports programs. We're looking forward to having band at all sites for 4th through 8th grade students. We're looking forward to having an art teacher at each site and a PE teacher at each site. We will continue with our transportation voucher program for city and county transit as needed for our unduplicated students. And then transportation for after-school clubs and sports is something that we are definitely looking at purchasing as well. We will continue to have our PCOE wellness centers at each site, our mental health specialists, behaviorists, counselors. I can go on. Our itinerant staff is amazing, as well as our site staff. Vice principal, we will have resource specialist programs for students who qualify for special ed services at each site. Specialized classes to serve our students with disabilities are still being determined by the team. They have the overall idea of the placement of where the classes will be, and the way that they're determining that placement is how many students are at that site that would receive those particular services. So we can minimize the disruption to families. And that will be, that information will be coming out soon about those programs. The educational services team continues to plan our professional development for 24-25. They will be working with our staff to determine what the best courses are to put in front of staff since we are transitioning to a TK8 model. Program specialists, TOSA, instructional coaches, community liaison, we have a lot of support for our sites who support our students. And release time for staff to meet with other districts to review best practices. So we're talking about, I've made some contacts in other schools, TK8 schools, and we'll get some release time going. We'll take some people down. They can ask questions and look at how other schools do things, because I know for some, there's not a huge understanding of how a TK8 program works. So talking with colleagues is always beneficial. And then the board has approved these reductions. So the certificated FTE, classified FTE, and then utilities, and a total saving of approximately $483,000. These are ongoing savings to the general fund. So ongoing and annual. Thank you. And then project considerations. So there's a lot of talk about the projects and what we're going to be doing and what it's going to look like. So again, we are working on this every day with a variety of teams. I believe Heather met with Christine recently to really nail down and the architect to really nail down where the TK8 playgrounds will be. But just to focus right now on the cost of the things that we're doing. So moving the boxes, the labels, the movers and that type of thing, the estimated cost is right there, and no impact to the general fund because we're using a restricted funding source for that. The TKK area improvements and the elementary playground, the work that we're doing to the restrooms and such. So we're looking at that capital outlay fund 40, which again is restricted funding, no cost to the general fund, no impact there. Additional time, and that we're still pending negotiations on that for staff to pack and move. Again, we have restricted funds for this, no impact to the general fund, and then an FTE art and an FTE in VAPA that will come out of restricted funding as well. And then we know that there will be additional time needed for staff, like principals, office staff, that type of thing, to work over the summer. So we are factoring that in as well with restricted funds. Moving will operate as it did the summer of 2023. So we're contracting with a moving company. We already have some boxes coming in. We have labels already ready to go. We shared a proposal for the impacts and effects of the TK transition with AUTA. It replicates the MOU written in 2023 and included an offer of incentive pay for senior teachers to volunteer to relocate to EVK campus. But we are in negotiations, and those negotiations continue with our bargaining partner. Master schedule drafts, like I said earlier, are mostly completed, and staffing is being finalized. Now, staffing is being finalized. That takes a little bit of time because we're looking at enrollment and that type of thing. So when I say it's being finalized, we really are beyond that midpoint of knowing where people will be and what our staffing will look like. But it does take time, so I don't want you to expect that it's finalized, so next week we'll know. So we're still working on that. And then, we're starting to recruit staff. It's March, and we actually went to the PCOE job fair this past weekend. A crew of us went out there to recruit. We met lots of people. We have a ton of resumes. It was a very positive experience. Campus configurations will be determined by the principal at each site. They know best how to configure their campus to better serve their students, and they're working with their staff on that. Facilities additions will be happening over the summer. So the following additions to EV campus will be that new elementary play structure, which would be adjacent to the basketball courts, and then the new TKK playground structures adjacent to Wing 1. So I know there's been a lot of question about where that will be, and then we're going to enclose those classrooms because we heard from Principal Mayberry that she would like that. And then minor modification of restroom fixtures to Wing 1 as well. And then, so we will continue to communicate via regular updates. Those updates will go on our website. You've probably seen, if you've been at the sites, or I believe I updated you, that there are banners that we made that have a QR code for ease of looking at our newest update for those who don't subscribe to Catapult. Again, we have some staff openings and we'll be recruiting. And of course, another blast about the job fair. And then ongoing meetings will continue with site and district staff, really working through, what things will look like and finalizing enrollment and such. At the next board meeting, I will again present to you the update. And you will hear about our bell schedule. You will hear about our programs to serve our students with disabilities, our continued work on staffing and enrollment. And I'll just give a little shout out to this right now. We are going to be hosting TKK roundups at each of our sites. The principals have worked together. They've already set their dates, 17th, 18th, and 25th of April. I will give you much more detail at the next board meeting because I will have more detail. The principals have worked out that kind of the flow of how they want the TKK run up to go. It's not going to be too different from the past. Principal Mayberry is very excited and thinking of all the things that she wants to do for her TKK roundup to welcome our families to come enroll here. So you'll hear more about that at the April board meeting as well. So thank you.
I had one question. If you could just speak a little bit more, we're looking at after-school transportation to support clubs and sports. What are you envisioning and what are we still kind of working on?
So the principals and I, we had a pretty lengthy conversation about what intramurals will look like, especially because for the most part, we're not changing the start time at our schools, at least not this upcoming year. And what we know, and I did reach out to our programs people at PCOE, what we know is that we can support transportation for after-school clubs and programs through our LCAP. And so we know that students love to come to school for sports and programs. And Principal Morris demonstrated that by having a lot of sports, a lot of programs after school to get kids back, post-pandemic. And so really just thinking about that engagement piece. Funding it through supplemental concentration funding makes a lot of sense for us. So that's going to be us reaching out to Durham. If Durham can't do it, to Mid-Placer and finding out how we can get transportation for scheduled games. So what we'll do is we will have as many intramural sports as we possibly can. The principals will schedule out their games and the championships and all that. We'll submit that to Durham and then we'll have money to fund that through the LCAP.
Thank you. Looked like you were also had a question queued up. Okay.
Okay. Trustee Ross, questions. So right now we have a PE teacher that goes between the two elementary schools. Is that right?
That's correct. We,
So-
that PE teacher went between 4 schools last year and now is between 2 schools. Yes.
And so, but next year we'll actually have 2 PE teachers.
No, we'll have
3. I'm
3.
sorry, 3, because
One
we'll
on
have
each
one
site.
at each site.
Correct.
And where's that funding from? Because was that one that we were cutting? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
No, so and that's coming up still on the agenda, but
Gotcha.
so PE teachers are funded from the general fund. So we had 4 and our goal is to have 3, 1 for each site.
Okay.
And then that person would serve 4th through 8th grade PE.
Gotcha. Okay. So we're not technically, well, we'll talk about, I'll bring that up later then on that
Sure.
one. And then it said that we're saving money on utilities, but how are we saving money on utilities? Because we'll be adding more class sites or classrooms technically, right?
Right. So I'll let Sabia Leslie talk about that piece.
Thank you, CBO Leslie. So if you recall in the original fiscal recovery plan, we had to do an analysis of the difference of what a middle school utilizes as opposed to an average elementary school and what they utilize. So what we kind of did was had to go through and, you know, at the request of try to figure out really what might that nexus be and kind of ratcheting that down based on, you know, how much we spend average per square footage. We actually won't be engaging in more classrooms than we already do. At each site, we'll actually be engaging in a little bit of less classrooms at some of the sites, especially at EV Kane. A lot of the upper portables for sixth grade village currently are being discussed as being left open or for additional after school use for our ELOT program, things of that nature. So we may have some pretty significant reductions in utility costs holistically over the site. This was just a good guesstimate based on, you know, less used square footage that we'll see. And it is a slight reduction from the original fiscal recovery plan.
Okay. And then, how many senior teachers do we have currently? Do we have that answer?
I can get that information for you.
That'd be
I don't
great.
have it I don't have it right here in front of me.
I mean, because it'd be amazing to kind of see them spread out between our schools. However, I know that's not something we get to choose.
So we will follow the contract and then we will also negotiate with our unions.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pretty intricate process that we're following.
And what happens if we don't get enough senior teachers to move over? It just, nothing happens, right? We just have all new teachers out of school or something. I mean, because there's nothing we can really do, right? But to keep our integrity at each school, to keep that flow, I guess you would say, of teachers that have been here for a while, and to help that movement with the new teachers that come in. Yeah, well, I guess we'll just get back to that when you can tell me how many senior teachers there are. And my last question is the counselors, for our middle school. I know we have an extra counselor or specific counselors for middle schools here at EV Kane. Will we see that replicated at all three schools or will that disappear?
That the counselor position will be will be itinerant next year, serving our middle school students. And then we're going to see the director of student support would like to see, you know, if there is an additional need for support or if there are other ways to support kids that we're not utilizing. So for now, that person serves our middle school students and still will. It will be itinerant.
And then I have a quick question. This is probably more for the community and the audience and listening online. I'm seeing a lot of and hearing a lot of people are misguided on general funds and restricted funds and one-time funds and, you know, things of that nature where, you know, where this transition is going to cost more than what we're actually saving. Can you kind of elaborate more? I know you mentioned it a little bit in your slide deck, but you know, the difference between those funds and how they're funded and how they're being pulled from?
Sure, I can speak to the program funds and then I will let CBO Leslie speak to the building and maintenance types of funds. So we take money from the federal and the state government for specific use to serve our unduplicated students. So Title I funding, for instance, is a fund, it's federally funded. And the goal when you receive Title I funds, you are to work with your school site council looking at data of our unduplicated students, right? So unduplicated students are English learners, foster youth, homeless, and low income, because that title money serves those students. Now, when you have title money coming into a school that is designated a school-wide designation, then other students can benefit from that title funds, right? But if you have a targeted approach, then only the students who are unduplicated can benefit. So we currently have added our other two schools to receive Title I funds. And for the first year, that funding is targeted because the thought process behind that federal fund is that the principal needs time to work with site council to look at data, to develop a good solid plan for the use of funds. So those funds go toward that I always think of a sundae, like an ice cream sundae, right? So you have your ice cream, that's your general fund, and then you have your supplemental concentration, which is the topping, and then you have like your whipped cream, right? And so that top layer is your title fund. That's like the very top. It serves, again, unduplicated students in meaningful ways. So what our principals have determined with their site council at each site is that the best use of that funding is to provide reading intervention. And so that's what we are doing with that funding at each of those sites. So that's title funds. Supplemental concentration funding is a restricted fund attached to our LCAP plan. Our LCAP plan aligns with our strategic plan. Right. And so the board has put a lot of emphasis on academics and programs. And so our LCAP shows that. Right. And so we are writing a new LCAP for next year because the 3-year LCAP is expiring. Well, I don't know if expiring is the right word, but for the most part, it's expiring. And so what we're doing now is we're taking that strategic plan and we're looking at the needs of our students, gathering input and rewriting the plan to spend that supplemental concentration funding. Now we have more supplemental concentration funding this year because we have more unduplicated students. So again, supporting unduplicated students. Now for supplemental concentration, it's a little less restricted than title only because there's not like a targeted or a school-wide designation. It's the district receives the funds and is expected to run meaningful programs using those funds. We have to do research and we have to write and we have to have it approved by the county. There has to be metrics and actions. And there are new layers to the LCAP that you will see next year when the LCAP is being reported out to the board. So those are the two, the biggest restricted funds that we utilize that you'll see with programs. And I did speak a little bit about, the extra programs that we're going to be adding are paid for out of supplemental concentration, which is attached to our LCAP. And then as far as the capital outlay and that type of thing, I'm going to let Heather talk about that.
Thank you, CBO Leslie again. So as you saw on the chart that Interim Superintendent Lucia Garcia presented, we have funds available, which is a great thing in a few different funding sources. I know there's also been some confusion about projects that are directly related to the TK8 transition versus projects that we were going to be doing anyways, and those individual funding sources. But regarding this specifically, we kind of have a crossover of a few different restricted funds, but most notably, the shade structure was going to be going forward. That's on this campus, where it's the confusion about EB Kane itself. The shade structure was going to be going in anyways, and that was part of our ESSER funding, which is part of the remaining of the COVID restricted funding. Other improvements, we have the bottle fillers at this campus that are not part of the TK8. Those were also ESSER funded. We have a roofing project that's not part of the TK8, and that's part of our deferred maintenance fund that the board established over 1.5 years ago. And for the elementary playground and also for the TKK playground, we are targeting our capital outlay fund 40, which has the remainder of that liquidated investment account in it. And then also we're looking at incorporating some additional TK funding for equipment that we have that also will need to be spent as restricted, and also can loop that in if there's monies left over with our ESSER funding as well as an outdoor area. And then the minor revisions to the restroom and to Wing 1, I'm targeting, again, capital outlay fund 40. So those are all very restricted funds with very specific purposes. Again, those won't touch the general fund. And just to kind of piggyback on what Interim Superintendent Lucia Garcia had said, some of the things like the move and stuff like that that we discussed, while they do have restricted that aren't touching the general fund, they are one-time expenses, which I think is something that I know we have discussed quite often with last year's changes and as we've made fiscal cuts. So a one-time expense is a one-time expense. Whereas if we continue to overspend year over year, that's where we start seeing issues with our ending fund balance. So as we net those savings, we're able to net those savings year over year, as opposed to a one-time expenditure to receive those savings.
Question just to add on top of that. So I remember we were supposed to do the structure before the shade structure, and you were worried about ADA compliance. And the fact that if we start tearing into something, it might cost more money or it might cause more issues. What happens if we find some mold, something that's going to take us further into construction? Where does that money come from?
Thank you, CBO Leslie again. Anytime that you do any kind of construction, there's always the possibility that something could happen. So that's usually where you have contingencies. As we start looking at ADA compliance, we've been doing some work here and there on that already. And because of the fact that we're lumping all of these projects together, we're able to kind of use the fact that we're putting more in at one time instead of trying to piecemeal it. So we capture a little bit of savings as we look at professional services or even the contractor as you bid out larger projects at one time, or multiple projects at one time. So if it were a shade structure, or if it were a bottle filler or anything like that, then it would be with the corresponding funds. Because the project itself is what needs to meet the requirement for the funding.
I think part of what trustee Ross may have been asking was, does it trigger a need for ADA compliance kind of site-wide, or doing some sort of construction work, does it force us to make the site compliant overall?
So again, and I know this is very confusing, but it's when you touch a site in any way, there is some sort of compliance that you're going to have to do when you go through the state, the Division of State Architect. A couple of avenues that is important to note that it starts from the parking lot and goes in. So as long as you have something that you can call out that may be current to code or very close to code from a prior approved project, you can utilize that. If you are creative in the ways that you have the path of travel. I know that we have some path of travels that need some work and some that are actually compliant, especially for example, like at Auburn Elementary School, the ramp that's on the back there is compliant and doesn't really need any work. So that would be an example of something that is already existing and compliant versus some other areas. On projects that are smaller, such as this, because we're going to be entering them in like almost like one drawing at a time type of thing, we're able to apply under this umbrella still for a 20% exemption. So essentially, the Division of State Architect or the state wants to see 20% of the project hard construction as improvements to Americans with Disability Act or ADA. So not to be confused with our average daily attendance, but the accessibility of the site. We don't really see that that's going to be a concern, especially for the fact that we are making some revisions to the restrooms already. So the restrooms that are going to be touched by this project or intent for use by the group that we're constructing are going to be addressed anyways as part of the project. So it's not like that's additional work that we will have to do. So we will just need to make sure that, the parking lot is up to code, that we have one staff restroom that meets current code. And from those, we need to choose something that equals approximately 20%. And that 20% cost is already figured into some of the proposed, just original scopes.
This is trustee Brickler, and I was wondering, since you mentioned the master schedule is coming along quite a bit, can you respond to some of the concerns we've been hearing from families regarding what will be offered next year? Like, for one concrete concern I hear sometimes is, will our current 7th graders, say in a advanced math class, be able to take integrated math the following year?
So that is going to be a bit of a challenge, and the principals are working with me to try to figure out how we're going to address that, because the way that the honors class is happening at EB Kane is something that I'm trying to figure out exactly what is being taught. So in other words, I'm hearing that 6th grade students are learning 7th grade standards, and 7th grade standards school students are learning 8th grade standards and such. So that's something that we need to correct, because that we can't do that. So the principals are there's just an email actually circulating through the principal group. I think it was yesterday or today, about that. They're coming up with some ways, some creative ways. And like I said, we're going to go take a field trip down to some of the other schools and figure out how they, run their programs, see if we can get some ideas. But they've had a couple of ideas running around, floating around in the emails. We haven't convened since that email went out. So I'm assuming that we will get some more clarification amongst our team next time we meet.
Thank you. I'm hearing you advertise the job fair, and I appreciate that several of you spent, a whole Saturday trying to recruit new staff. Can you help us differentiate? Tonight we're making some staffing cuts, and can you help kind of differentiate why there are cuts in some areas, cuts as in reductions in some areas, and what we're recruiting for?
Sure. So, as you know, staff turns over each year, and some years have more turnover than others. So we do know that we are going to have some openings for next year for the positions that we have. So the resolutions on the agenda tonight are separate from the recruiting that we're doing. We are recruiting because people are looking or they have already found jobs or they've moved to other, areas. So
Okay, so some of them are certificated that you're
certificated classified management.
Okay.
I do want to say too, though, that we never fully staffed this year. So we had some positions still open. And as the board knows, we've had paras that we've been contracting. So at that showcase, we did meet people who are interested in being paras and we have interviewed. So that's exciting because that means fewer people that we're contracting, and new employees are always exciting to meet and welcome to our family.
Great. You had mentioned that the vice principal position, and I was wondering, is that an ongoing position? I know there was some talk previously about it being a short-term offering.
Yes. So that was definitely, it is definitely still, it's ongoing for next year because we can use supplemental concentration dollars to fund it. And we heard overwhelmingly last year that there was a need for support to sites, especially through transitions. So because we know that, we decided to keep that position on for more than just this year. How that looks in the future depends on the amount of supplemental concentration funding we have, but we absolutely plan to keep that in our LCAP because we know that it's definitely a support for our sites.
Thank you. Okay, so moving to item 6C, the City of Auburn General Plan Update.
So per the request of the City of Auburn, Barry Miller will be presenting information and updates on the City of Auburn's new general plan process. Welcome, Barry.
Thank you and good evening, board members and members of the public. What I'd like to do is go through some slides and give you an overview of the general plan. I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm glad to see a large audience here because this is for you guys. We're talking about the future of Auburn in 20 years here. So if we can go to the next slide. This is the city's long-range plan for growth and development, and it's something that's required of every city and county in California. It's not a new requirement. We've been required to do long-range planning for the last 80 plus years in California. Every city is required to do this, and it's a plan that focuses on the physical environment. So this is not a budget plan. It's not a capital improvement plan. This is about how and where the city of Auburn is going to grow in the future. The plan has a 15 to 25 year horizon. So we're looking out now to the year 2045. This becomes our constitution at the City of Auburn for how the city will make decisions about growth and development. It guides our zoning ordinance. It guides future capital projects. It does guide the city budget, although it is not a budget. And it's a community-driven process. So through the next 2 years, we'll be looking for input from the public. I should introduce myself too. I'm Barry Miller, the consulting project manager for the project. I neglected to do that when I started. I'm not a city employee, but I am working as a consultant to the city. Last point on here is that this is subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, which means we have to do a full environmental impact report as part of this process. Next slide, please. So what's in the general plan? What you see on this slide are the mandatory requirements. Those are in that kind of blue-green box on the left-hand side. This is a plan about land use, transportation, housing, safety, and by that we mean resilience to wildfires, earthquakes, and other hazards. Conservation, looking at all aspects of natural resources and sustainability. Open space and parks, noise, and environmental justice. In addition, the city of Auburn in the past has adopted optional elements to its plan, which are not required by the state, but address issues of local importance. You can see those listed here: historic preservation, community services and facilities, and economic vitality. Next slide, please. So this is a plan for the city, but it actually covers a larger geographic area than the city. The city is that area in gray in the center, which is about 7 square miles, and plus the airport. But the planning area includes a lot of unincorporated North Auburn and Bowman and some of the other perimeter areas. Although the city does not have jurisdiction over those areas, it does provide planning guidance to Placer County, who considers the city's input in the development of its own plan. So we're working closely with the county on the development of this plan for those unincorporated areas. Next slide, please. So what we're operating with now is a plan that was done in 1993. And this is the really kind of the critical part of this conversation, is that the city of Auburn's general plan was drafted in the late 80s, early 90s. It had a 20-year time horizon. It looked out to the future, which was the year 2012. And so the future that was envisioned by our current plan is already history. It also envisioned a larger population than we have today, both in the city and in the planning area, and the county approved the Auburn-Bowman plan a year after the general plan for the city was adopted. And a lot of the development that's taken place in the area has actually happened in unincorporated North Auburn rather than in the city. Just a side note that the housing element and the safety element of the general plan were updated in 2021. We're not updating those elements as part of this update. That was state mandated that those be updated at that time. So it's a little hard to see on the screen here, but this is the 1964 general plan for Auburn that you see on the right-hand side of the screen. It envisioned a population of 150,000 people in the city, plus a 680-foot dam on the American River that would have created that reservoir you see on the right-hand side. It also had a Highway 49 freeway and a beltway running around the perimeter of the city. So these plans do matter. They shape decisions about growth and development, and this plan was replaced in the 1970s with a much more modest plan, but it did drive some of the early land use decisions around town. Next slide. So it's obvious from that last slide why we have to update this plan now. Plans get outdated, they get stale. There are a lot of new issues in the city, in the world for that matter. If you go through the existing general plan, the word sustainability does not appear once. There have been 200 new laws in the last decade alone that relate to housing, and other laws that relate to climate and other topics that aren't reflected. So we need to update to make the plan legally defensible. The county of Placer is actively planning for the unincorporated area, so it's the city's responsibility to keep pace by doing its own plan updates. We have an environmental impact report that's still being used to evaluate development, and it's 30 years old. We also have a lot of residents who didn't live here 30 years ago, and this plan is an opportunity for new folks to get engaged and involved in shaping the future of their city. There's also a fiscal imperative to do this, meaning that the city needs to be more strategic about how it grows, where it grows, and what its annexation policies are. So how does this affect schools? Next slide, please. This is not a plan for the school district. You guys do your own planning and your own facility master plan, but growth affects school enrollment. It affects your projections. It affects where development takes place. Land use decisions affect the context of each campus. So if the city approves or plans for industrial uses next to a school, this is something that you would be interested in. The city's plan also provides a chance to think about issues of mutual concern, like parking, traffic associated with school pickup and drop-off, circulation, and so forth. It's also an opportunity to align the sustainability goals of the city of Auburn with the school district's goals. It's also a chance to get students involved in thinking about the future of their community. And we would love to talk with you and with your staff about how we can do that in the course of this project. Usually we work with high school kids, but I just did a general plan where 3rd and 4th graders did a workshop on envisioning the future of their city, and it was fantastic. So student involvement is important. This is also an opportunity for the city and the school district to collaborate. Next slide. In that 1993 30-year-old plan for Auburn, school overcrowding was identified as a key issue. At that point in time, the enrollment was 2,854 students, which exceeded capacity by over 1,000 students. And the general plan called for 4 new elementary schools in Auburn, although no sites were identified. The high school was also identified as overcrowded and in need of new campuses. Next slide, please. So the city policies for schools, I won't read all of these, but the existing general plan does provide some guidance on topics like the joint use of school facilities for recreation, safety associated with school crossing and transportation, looking at issues around collaborative planning between the school district and the city, and so on. So this is something we'll be updating as part of this, and we'll be looking to your staff and to the board for guidance as we begin to draft new policies. Next slide. So some of the issues for consideration, this kind of builds on the previous slides, looking at aligning the district's projections with the city's growth forecasts, which we're working on developing right now. Integrating your own facility master plans into the city's plan so we make sure that everyone's on the same page. Looking at how schools operate as community centers, gathering places, emergency response places, and their role as civic institutions in the community and the importance of schools to the city. I mentioned the topical policies that deal with things like parking, emergency preparedness, and so forth, coordinating between different districts, and again, engaging students in the process. Next slide. So wrapping up, there's just 2 more slides. This is our timeline. This is a 2.5-year process. We're about 6 months into it right now. So we're still in that first phase of doing our kickoff and engaging the public, beginning to let folks know that this is happening. There's a big data collection and analysis phase that we're entering, doing traffic counts and resource inventories and hazard evaluations and so forth. So that's all underway. Looking at developing a draft plan by next summer, 2025, and having that ready for city council adoption by the end of 2025. Final slide, I think. Just a teaser that we did have our first round of community workshops. Wish I could have been announcing this before the workshops, but they were just about a week, 2 weeks ago. We had about 100 people participate. I hope some of you in the room were there. But we had a meeting at the county fairgrounds in the Lions building and talked about Auburn's strengths, weaknesses, and our priorities for the future, and asked everyone in the room to visualize Auburn in 2045. What would the city be like, and what would their life be like in 2045? So our thank you slide at the very end, last one, has a QR code on it. We can just go to the last slide. I don't know if that's scannable from sitting out in the audience, but let me just say, if you can't scan it, auburn2045.org is the project website, and that will lead you to, thanks for making that larger, that will lead you to the survey. We have a survey running right now. It's been up for about a month, and right now we have about 350 responses, but this really asks about what your hopes are for the future of Auburn. We're asking you to sort of a report card, grade your different services that you're receiving, and then rank your priorities for transportation, for housing, for commercial uses, and hopefully everyone who's in the room, everyone who's watching this on Zoom will take the survey and help us get a good sample of the community engaged. That concludes my remarks. Thanks for having me tonight.
Thank you.
Well, if I can, Trustee Ross, I just want to make a comment. I was able to attend your mayor for a day. It was phenomenally put together. The people in the room were such incredible and extreme and diverse community members. And one thing I have to say is that some of their concerns was our Auburn Union School District. And so I'm really, really looking forward to and hoping that you will work with our people and our superintendent. I'm really looking forward to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. So how are you reaching out to the community outside of the city to, get input and get more, involvement? Because I live outside of the city of Auburn, and I heard after the February 22nd Mayor of the Day, and I would happily would like to have been involved with that. And so how are you reaching out and really connecting to
Right.
those outside the city?
It's a great question. So in our outreach focus is mostly on people within the city. The county is doing its own plan for North Auburn right now. They have their own process and their own community workshops and their own meetings. The Municipal Advisory Council is heavily engaged in that, and they've been kind of steering that with the county CDRA. We're welcoming and inviting folks from North Auburn, from unincorporated county, to come to our meetings and be at our workshops, and asking folks to get on our mailing list so that we can let you know when we're having a meeting. So that's the first step, is if you go to that website, you can get on our mailing list and be notified of every upcoming meeting that we're having. And we're happy to come to the community, and if there's a HOA or neighborhood group that wants us to meet with them, we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's on our agenda tonight, there's a ratification of a facilities master plan. So I don't know what the time frame is, but we'll have one from the school district at some point in the future that could be shared. But beyond that, how can we collaborate with you? What do you need from a school district in order to integrate that perspective into the plan?
Yes, thanks for asking. And we sent your chief business officer a list of about 20 questions yesterday. So we're in the data collection phase right now. We're looking just for mostly facts so that we can we can kind of document where the district is at. And then just working with you on policy, and particularly policy related to growth, development, and land use decisions around your school campuses. Because we do want your input on that topic. The other area is really just helping us reach out to the students and to parents. Thanks.
I would really like to see our facilities utilized as much as possible for community use. I know we've had there are a lot of collaboration. There's a lot of collaboration happening with various groups. Like let's see, with the Rock Creek campus, for example, there's, sorry, I'm trying to think, is it the
Sheriff's Activities League.
Sheriff's Activities
PSAL
League
Club.
is collaborating to use the space. But then there are also been times where we've had limitations in being able to extend the use of our space to others. So it would just be helpful to kind of to brainstorm if there are city resources that can help. I think sometimes we have concerns about whether or not there's adequate staffing to open up facilities, or, I'm not sure what that might look like.
Yeah, and we did meet with the Auburn Recreation District Board last week and had a similar conversation about joint use agreements and more access between school facilities, park facilities, and city facilities. That's on the agenda for this as well.
Thank you. I've got no questions for you.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks
you.
very
Thank
much
you
for
so
having
much.
me. Sure.
Right, and 6D. Thank you.
Principal Kim Morris will give an update on Auburn Elementary School. Welcome, Kim.
That's not okay.
Yes.
Okay, good evening, President Holt, Clerk Grigsby, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Lucci Garcia, and staff and community members. I am Principal Morris, giving our presentation for Auburn Elementary. The AUSD mission statement. AUSD mission. Speak. The AUSD mission statement, Auburn Union School District, in collaboration with our families and community, is committed to achieving, understanding, supporting, and developing students in the Auburn community. Next slide. Auburn Elementary achieved gold for PBIS implementation. Programs that support PBIS, which is positive behaviors and supports, are Toolbox, Restorative Practices, and Caring Heart. We celebrate and award our students with PBIS charms that are given each month to students based on specific character traits. Classes in each grade level with the highest attendance rate are recognized. And each trimester, awards for students showing the most growth in reading and math are given to students in each class. The Panther Cart is part of our incentive system for PBIS. Students practice being respectful, responsible, and safe. They were acknowledged for exhibiting these behaviors with a Panther Paw. Then students are able to spend their Panther Paw at the Panther Cart. In order to recognize more classes and focus on improved behavior, we have implemented a new behavior program in the Panther Cafe. The wellness team and our mental health specialist provides toolbox lessons for each class 1 to 2 times per month. Our SEL team also sees students for individual therapy and small groups to work on particular social skills. Teachers give lessons on toolbox tools as well as PBIS lessons. For example, all teachers have gone through how to make an apology. We start with students saying, I am sorry for, it's wrong because, next time I will, and what can I do anything to make it better? Our Castle 5 approach. By utilizing the Castle 5 approach in conjunction with MTSS, PBIS, Toolbox, Caring Heart, FastBridge Universal Screener, Restorative Practices, and Restorative Circles, all teachers have been trained in trauma-informed teaching. This has lent to the increased positive climate and culture at Auburn Elementary. The 5 components for Castle 5 are self-awareness, recognizing one's emotions and their effect on behavior, self-management, regulating emotions, thoughts, and behaviors to achieve goals, responsible decision-making, making good choices and evaluating consequences, relationship skills, developing positive relationships, resolving conflicts constructively. And the last part, social awareness, empathizing with others, understanding their perspectives, including those from diverse backgrounds. The Auburn Symphony visited Auburn Elementary in January. We are grateful for the Auburn Education Foundation for making that possible. We have also had Kevin Bracey, Eddie Cortez, Trustee Ross with DJ Raza and Victor Allen, the Native American Alliance, Assistance League, Traveling Lantern, and the Auburn Fire Department. Phil Tolga is coming April 16th for a family night making instruments connecting to math. Dinner will be provided at this family event. Watchdogs and Peace Ambassadors. Special thank you to Mrs. LeBeau, Mrs. McBroom, and Mrs. Massetti for taking this on, for starting the Watchdogs program at Auburn Elementary. We have many fathers, uncles, and grandfathers going through the process for the clearance to begin at Auburn Elementary as a watchdog. We have partnered with the Hip Hop Council to implement peace ambassadors for our 4th and 5th grade students. Auburn Elementary community partners. At Auburn Elementary, we are fortunate to have so many strong and active community partnerships with daily volunteers from Sightward Busters, along with 1 to 2 volunteers from Sierra Grace Fellowship that come to organize and facilitate soccer games from Tuesday through Friday for 2nd through 5th grade. Panthers work together with the Master Gardener to nurture the Panther Patch. We will plan to continue to offer school-grown foods for our students and families. A special thank you to UC Cal Fresh Healthy Living for continuing to be our partners. Auburn L teacher, Mrs. Amy Nedemeyer, is in charge of our Panther Patch, and we thank her for her passion and time for the garden. Our PTC has held many events over this year, including Trunk or Treat event, Family Movie Night, Sweetheart and Me Dance, and the Monster Mash fundraiser. We will be continuing our tradition of having the fiesta and hope to see staff, families, and community members attend on April 26th. Project Lead the Way program will be implemented in grades TK through 5 for the 24-25 school year to support project-based learning using rigor and relevance to address student achievement. We currently have 16 staff members certified or going through the process at Auburn Elementary that are certified to teach Project Lead the Way. The launch program is designed to foster a love of learning, where each module is designed to develop skills that can impact student learning across all subjects. Skills include problem solving, critical and creative thinking, communication, collaboration, and perseverance. Mrs. Whittle's fourth grade class is engaged in the fourth grade energy module. The plan for the 24-25 school year is to have at least one teacher in each grade level certified in Project Lead the Way, so this program can be fully implemented at all grades TK through 5. The program for 6th through 8th is Project Lead the Way Gateway, which we would need a Gateway trained teacher for the district to be able to have that program. Just as Mr. Kintz is the district Project Lead the Way launch trainer for TK through 5. Mr. Kintz's 5th grade class is working on robotics and automation. Project Lead the Way has high-level student engagement. Leveled Literacy Intervention, which is LLI, is a Title I funded program that provides targeted reading intervention for students. This research-based intervention enhances reading and pushes students to another level of reading for 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, in addition to what they get in the classroom. We have VAPA at Auburn Elementary. Our amazing Mr. Matson is our visual and performing arts teacher. He started this year with art and is currently teaching rhythm and music. At Auburnell, we have an active and strong ELAC, which is the English Language Advisory Committee of Parents, and ELD program, which is the English Language Development Program. We do follow the AUSD EL roadmap, and at Auburn Elementary, we currently have 122 dual language learners at Auburn Elementary. Our semester schedule to support our designated ELD. Monday through Friday is school-wide designated ELD. Students are broken into smaller groups based upon their LPAC scores, and teachers have collaboratively worked to design the designated ELD lessons. All teachers also participated in taking a practice summative LPAC test and received the scoring rubrics to focus on the needed academic vocabulary and rigor to push our students to be redesignated. Our core curriculum for ELD is Wonders, which is a component of our English language arts curriculum. Enrichment at Auburn Elementary. At Auburn L, our amazing teachers and Trustee Ross currently offer 10 different clubs. Chess Club meets Tuesdays and Wednesdays after school and is taught by Mr. Brownell. Previously, Mr. Brownell also coached cross country for 4th and 5th at Auburn Elementary and Skyridge. Mrs. Robinson offers academic support Monday through Friday for TK through 5 before school. Mrs. Donovan has a board game club 2 days a week. Mrs. LeBeau teaches an art enrichment class on Tuesdays. Mrs. Peak also runs the DI, which is Destination Imagination team for the district. Mr. Kins runs the robotics program for 1st through 3rd and 4th through 5th on Thursdays and Fridays, along with Media Club on Tuesdays. I hope you guys have seen the Media Club presentations that the kids have done. And 3D Rec, which stands for 3D Robotics, Electronics, and Circuits Club for advanced students. Mrs. Whittle teaches choir on Tuesdays and Thursdays for 1st through 3rd and 4th through 5th. Trustee Ross, Mrs. Liebert, Mrs. Vale, and Mrs. Clifford teach drama club on Tuesdays and Thursdays for 1st through 5th grade students, and they have an upcoming performance. On Tuesdays, Mrs. Heberly has homework club. Mondays, our mental health specialist, Mrs. Jacobson, and Mrs. Spector have mindfulness art club. This year has been difficult at the beginning of the year. Merging 3 schools together into one campus was not an easy feat. And I understand the focus we have is on next year, which for good reason. But I do want to recognize and honor the amount of work the staff has done to make this consolidation as successful as it is. So I want to make sure we recognize that. And with our amazing staff and families and students, we have come together as a cohesive family, and we'll be finishing the 23-24 school year on a high note. So if you are here, staff, family members, if you are part of Auburn Elementary, please stand. I truly want to thank all of you because this is what made it work. You guys are amazing. Thank you. And that is my presentation. Any questions? Thank
I
you.
just want to take a moment to say that your amazing staff couldn't have done it without an amazing leader. Thank you so much for everything you've done. We are so grateful. As a mom, as a teacher, as everything, I'm just so grateful for you.
I just wanted to add that it's just so remarkable to hear you lay out every initiative and program and area of emphasis and how incredibly complex the work that administrators are doing and that staff are doing to offer all of these opportunities to our students, and just express my deep gratitude and how you've, as you said, come together and as a new school community. So thank you so much.
Clerk Grigsby, if you want to move into the special recognitions or.
All right, so the first one is, it is with great pleasure that I take the opportunity to and honor one of our outstanding fifth grade students, Yuretsi Soto. Yuretsi has exemplified exceptional dedication, leadership, and academic achievement throughout her time at Auburn Elementary. Do you want to come up here? Come on. It is only fitting that we celebrate her remarkable accomplishments. Yuretsi's involvement in various extracurricular activities speaks volumes about her passion for learning and her commitment to personal growth. As a member of the Drama Club, Media Club, Robotics Club, and 3D Rec, 3D Robotics Electronic Circuits Advanced Club, she has showcased her diverse talents and willingness to explore new areas of interest. Her active participation in these clubs demonstrates her versatility and ability to balance multiple responsibilities with grace and enthusiasm. Furthermore, Yuretsi's role as the president of Auburn Elementary reflects her strong leadership skills and dedication to serving her school community, as she has shown exemplary leadership qualities, inspiring her peers and making meaningful contributions to the school's environment. In addition to her extracurricular involvement, Yuretsi consistently performs above grade level in fifth grade standards, showcasing her academic prowess and dedication to excellence. Her commitment to academic success is commendable and serves as an inspiration to her peers. Beyond her academic and extracurricular achievements, Yuretsi embodies the values of our school community by consistently demonstrating being safe, respectful, and responsible. She upholds these principles with integrity and is a role model for her classmates. One of Yuretsi's most admirable qualities is her willingness to advocate for what she believes is right while maintaining a respectful demeanor. Her ability to express her opinions thoughtfully and respectfully is a testament to her maturity and character. Yuretsi Soto is truly an exceptional student who embodies the qualities and of a well-rounded individual: academic excellence, leadership, integrity, and compassion. As she prepares to transition to the next phase of her academic journey, we have no doubt that she will continue to shine brightly and make a positive impact wherever she goes. Please join me in congratulating Yuretsi on her outstanding achievements and wishing her continued success in all of her future endeavors. Sincerely, Principal Morris. We have this one, but we're gonna print you another one because I put the zero. Okay, so do you want to get a picture with us? Sure. Okay.
Just to let you know, you can see Yuretsi perform Friday on March 22nd at our drama because she's one of our lead actresses. So you can come check her March 22nd.
I have, thank you so much for this award. It has been hard, but I couldn't have done it without my teachers, my principal, Miss Morris, and the rest of the people I met along the way. So thank you so much for this award, and I have tried my very best to show my gratitude for all your guys' help.
The next award is for Un and Principal Morris said that she is out of the country right now, if I'm correct. So I'm going to read this still, and we're going to pretend to get a picture with her. I am writing to express my sincere appreciation and admiration for Un Lech. Okay. An outstanding community member whose dedication and contributions have profoundly impacted our school community. Un's unwavering commitment to serving our students is exemplified by her exceptional leadership in organizing volunteers for lunchtime soccer games for our 2nd through 5th grade students. Through her efforts, she has coordinated a team of 10 to 12 volunteers who generously dedicate their time and energy Tuesday through Friday to facilitate these enriching activities, providing our students with opportunities for physical activity, teamwork, and fun. In addition to her involvement with the lunchtime soccer games, Un has played a pivotal role in continuing the RC Crew program, a longstanding initiative that started at Rock Creek and provides transportation and one-on-one tutoring for our 2nd through 5th grade students. This program is now supporting students at Auburn Elementary. Un's tireless dedication to supporting our students' academic and personal growth through RC Crew is truly commendable, and has positively impacted the lives of countless students. Furthermore, Un has generously supported various school events and initiatives, including Staff Appreciation Week, organizing Christmas presents for Auburn Elementary students, and volunteering at the Rock Creek Fiesta. Her willingness to give her time and support to these events demonstrates her deep commitment to our school community and her appreciation for the efforts of our school and staff and students. Un's many years of dedicated service to our students have not gone unnoticed. Her selflessness, compassion, and dedication to making a difference in these lives and the lives of others serve as an inspiration to us all. We are incredibly grateful for her ongoing support and contributions to our school community, and we are privileged to have her as a valued member of our team. Please join me in extending our heartfelt thanks and appreciation for Un Lech for her outstanding contributions to our school community. Her dedication and generosity have made a lasting impact on our students' lives and enriched our school's community fabric. Sincerely, Principal Morris. Okay. It is with great pleasure and deep gratitude that I write to honor Janet DeFore. I'll read it while you make your hugs. For her remarkable dedication and service to our school community, as Janet celebrates an incredible milestone of 30 years of service in Auburn Union School District, it is only fitting that we take a moment to recognize and appreciate her valuable contributions. In her role as our attendance clerk, Janet serves as the welcoming face of our school, greeting students and board members with warmth and kindness as they enter the office each day. Her genuine enthusiasm and infectious smile create a positive and inviting atmosphere, setting the tone for a welcoming and inclusive school environment. Janet's heartfelt greeting, "I am so glad you are here," embodies her genuine care and appreciation for each and every student, making them feel valued and supported from the moment they arrive. Janet's dedication to her role goes far beyond her warm welcome at the front desk. She is the epitome of reliability, consistency, and grace, demonstrating unwavering commitment to her responsibilities and a willingness to go above and beyond to support our school community. From diligently entering attendance and lunch counts to assisting with late student check-ins, new enrollments, and the complex task of projecting numbers for the following year, Janet handles her duties with precision, efficiency, and a steadfast dedication to excellence. In addition to her exceptional work ethic, Janet's kind and caring demeanor makes her a cherished member of our team. Her genuine compassion and empathy for others shine through in every interaction, making her a trusted source of support and encouragement for students, families, and staff alike. Janet's positive attitude, generosity of spirit, and unwavering commitment to fostering a sense of belonging and inclusion embody the core values to our school community. As someone who has had the privilege of working alongside Janet for the past 3 years, I can attest to her immersible impact on our community. Her dedication, professionalism, and genuine kindness inspire us all, and we are incredibly fortunate to have her as an integral part of our team. Sincerely, Principal Morris. You want a picture?
I can't get close enough to get you all. And now. And you have a picture. You're doing all of it. So, it's, because you're behind the, well, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, all right. Ready? Okay.
All right. I am writing to express my utmost admiration and gratitude for Aaron Kins. You want to come up now or you want to go say hi first? Okay. Eric Kins' exceptional dedication and contributions to our school community. Aaron's unwavering commitment to his students, families, and staff is truly commendable, and it is with great pleasure that I take this opportunity to honor him. Aaron's impact on our school extends far and wide as he tirelessly devotes himself to enriching the educational experience of our students. As the leader of 4 different clubs: robotics for 1st through 3rd grade, robotics for 4th through 5th grade, media club, and advanced robotics club, Aaron has created invaluable opportunities for our students to explore their interests, develop essential skills, and foster a love for learning. His passion for robotics and media education is contagious, and it is evident in the enthusiasm and engagement of the students who participate in his clubs. In addition to his role as a club leader, Aaron also serves as our testing coordinator for SBAC and interim assessments. His meticulous attention to detail, organizational skills, and dedication to ensuring the smooth administration of assessments have been instrumental in facilitating the assessment process and providing valuable insights into student progress and achievement. Furthermore, Aaron's commitment to professional development and teacher training is exemplary. As the project lead teacher trainer, he plays a pivotal role in equipping our educators with the knowledge and skills necessary to effectively implement Project Lead the Way programs in their classrooms. His leadership, expertise, and willingness to support his colleagues have been instrumental in fostering a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement within our school community. Beyond his professional responsibilities, Aaron's kindness, empathy, and genuine care for others are evident in his interactions with students, families, and staff alike. He goes above and beyond to ensure that every individual feels valued, supported, empowered to succeed. Please join me in congratulating Aaron on his well-deserved honor, and let us continue to support and celebrate his remarkable achievements. Sincerely, Principal Moore. Thank you. She's got a flower.
I got a flower too. Thank you. Well, thank you. Picture times. Okay.
So great.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing everything about Auburn Elementary tonight and letting us honor these fantastic student and other staff members. It's really a privilege. Thank you. And with that, folks, before we move on, let's take a 10-minute recess. It is currently 8:50. Let's round up. 9:01. We'll come back in a session. And we are coming back into session and going right into public comment. So this on for items not on tonight's agenda. Again, it's going to be 3 minutes each. We're going to go with 7 individuals, and then after that, we'll go to the end of the night. How many do we have?
Actually, I think we have under that right now, I have 5.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and start with Ann Marzo.
All right. Hi, my name's Ann Morzo. I'm a community member. I have 3 children, 3 sons. I'm also an educator. I'm a speech pathologist, and I've worked with children with learning disabilities and dyslexia in charter schools and also in public schools. I'm here to support our current board and all of these really hard decisions that you guys are making. It cannot be easy, but I know you guys all have the children's best interest at heart and the interests of all the families who look up to you, who need your support and who voted for you, each one of you. I respect you immensely. I feel like at the last meeting, there were several heated opinions, of course. I mean, we know that, but I feel like especially the newspaper articles I read were extremely biased against the community point of view, which for many, many people, me included, many people I know, families, people with students here who do not support who did support the fact that there was an investigation made into a possible discrepancy. Resisting that kind of investigation by any of you into anyone, is very strange to me why you would not want that to happen. The truth will come to light, apologies can be made, money can be returned, but taking away people's trust by attacking people who support that kind of investigation is it just doesn't seem very community minded at all. So even my own children said, well, Mom, if I do something that might be wrong, aren't other people who are, if that's their job to investigate those things, aren't they supposed to check on that? Isn't that what we're taught? And I said, yes. Also, he said, if we don't have enough money in our budget for certain programs or things we want to do, buildings we want to have, don't we have to make sacrifices? And I said, yes, you're correct in that also. And he also knows that this is my youngest son, that he's studying studying government, that is the way the process works. And we trust you guys because you have the integrity you have, and you deserve it when you are willing to also be questioned on it. And I just thank you all. I thank you for making unpopular decisions, and I appreciate everything you do. So thank you very much.
Ben Marzo.
A retread from last meeting. That was a marathon session. I think myself and 2 other people didn't get a chance to speak, so I'm here to give my 2 cents. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak my opinion regarding the possible censure of Trustee Ross. My name is Ben Marzo. I'm a 8-year resident of Auburn. I'm a husband. I'm a father of 3 sons, and all of which have attended Placer County schools. I'm also a retired law enforcement officer, honorably retired recently. So during my career, I've had the pleasure of training other law enforcement officers traveling around California. And I got to deal with the exciting world of state level travel claims advances, reimbursements, and so I was a little upset when I read the findings from the investigation by PCOE of Trustee Ross. And I'm here to tell you, if I had done those things in my capacity as a law enforcement officer, I would have been punished, and rightfully so. If I was lucky, I'd probably get days off in the rain, which means I get time off with pay, or without pay, excuse me. At the very worst, I would probably lose my job. So when it comes to traveling on the state's dime, yeah, I learned this caveat very quickly, which is when in doubt, use your own money. You'll eventually be reimbursed. So when I started my career, I took an oath, and it's very similar to the ones that you all took, and it's very important because it's a promise to the public that they entrust us with the authority, that we will conduct ourselves with integrity and honor. So when you, Trustee Ross, used money allocated for the business of the district for personal use, you violated that trust. Please accept the mild punishment that is deserved in this situation so that the board can move on with the more urgent work facing the district. I want to thank you, Trustee Holt, for bringing this situation into light. I'm sure it was a very hard decision. I'm sure you were stuck between a rock and a hard place, and you had no other choice. Sweeping this under the rug or handling it in-house, that would have been corrupt. And I think we have enough of that in government these days. So thank you for your time.
Sarah Hudspeth.
Hello, I'm Sarah Hudspeth. I have been a teacher in this district for 7 years. I have been teaching for 10 years, and I don't feel valued by this board. I feel taken advantage of by this board and our current administration. Last year, we were told we were in a state of financial crisis. And so this board decided to close my school, my child's school. And while we got a 13% COLA as a district, the teachers took 4%. And that was our part. We said, okay, we will help this district. This year, the district got 8.2% and we're being offered nothing. We did our part. Closing 2 schools was supposed to help us get to a better place. Taking less than a third of COLA was supposed to help us right size. Now we're being told, still no money, sorry. However, we are spending as much money on outside counsel and contracted services as we are spending on our certificated staff. Our certificated staff, who are our highly qualified, trained, credentialed teachers, who many like myself have master's degrees in our profession, who are trained and want to be here. And we are being made to feel like we don't matter. Yes, we are told, oh, we value you. We value you. You're doing such a great job. We continue to come in and provide bake sales, to lead drama class, chess club. We take extra kids when subs aren't available. So some of our teachers are sitting there with classes of 45 third graders. That's insane. But we do it because that's the kind of people we are, and we are being taken advantage of repeatedly. So we're being taken advantage, and I would like you as a board to, if we truly are valued, as all you keep saying, then put our money where your mouth is and actually let us pay our bills while we teach your students.
Lisa McBroom.
Good evening. My name is Lisa McBroom, and I am a kindergarten teacher at Auburn Elementary, and I have been teaching in this district since 1996. All of those years have been at Auburn Elementary, and I have concerns about the direction this district is going, as many of my colleagues do. The board made the decision in November to move to a K-8 school with no plan. And even though we are getting some Friday messages, some catapult messages with some information, we're still not getting the answers that we need.
For example, lacrosse, how is that going to be paid for? To equip a child with the appropriate gear is going to be like $1,000 a child. And I know this because my son played lacrosse. Where is all that money coming? Is it unrestricted, one-time funds, LCAP, Title I? Where is that money coming from? I have so many questions as a teacher. Who's going to move my classroom? Am I expected to pack up everything, including the district curriculum, the tables, the chairs? Are we ordering new furniture for Evie Kane that will fit appropriately for littles? Are we ordering tricycles to work on gross motor skills on the playground? These are questions that are not being answered. Where are my kindergartners going to eat? Are they going to get their food down there and march up these stairs to eat up here at a table? They can't even walk from the salad bar to the window to get their food without dropping it. These are questions that we want answered, not, oh, we might have cornhole, we might have frisbee golf. We need the details, and we need them now. That's what the community needs. So before my time is up, I do want to share a little story about how we are not prepared. In August of 2023, mold and water damage was found in my classroom. Work began in November, the Friday before Thanksgiving. I was displaced, and I had to teach from the stage at our school. The district had no plan when more mold, water, and termite damage was found. It took them 2 weeks to get my class safe to go back into. 4 more weeks, I had to look at a purple drywall with tape and texture on it. And just last week, 3 months later, a new whiteboard at the cost of $1,000 was delivered and put into my classroom. So for 3 months, it took them to do a wall and a half. But we're going to have this school totally ready by August of 2024. All we're asking is we put a pause, get a good solid plan. Don't put this on the back of the teachers. I'm not going to pack up the curriculum in my classroom. Who's going to do it? Who's going to get it fully ready to invite children into the classroom?
Carol Edwards.
Okay, moving then to association comments, and it looks like we've got public comment from Mr. Halverson before we get into 9A. Yes. Didn't see it in the back. I thought you were still sitting.
Yeah. Thank you for your time, trustees, Superintendent Lucci Garcia. I just wanted to introduce myself. I don't normally speak at the board meetings where I work. I am a CTA staff member assigned to work with the Auburn Union Teachers Association, and due to mediation coming up on Monday and some comments I've heard by Superintendent Wedge, I think there's some misunderstandings, maybe some miscommunication. So I just wanted to kind of clarify who CTA is. If it gets out there in the community that CTA is working with the Auburn Union teachers, CTA really is me here. It's the members of the AUTA that sign up, and I'm here by their request. I just want to make sure the board understands that. I do live in Placer County. I have 6 children. All of them attended public school until Truckee. I was a lifelong educator. I taught for 18 years as a high school teacher, science, biology, chemistry, and technology. I was a basketball coach. I was a ski coach for 12 years after basketball coaching. I've, like many of you, volunteered in my community. I've been an AYSO coach for over 20 years. My wife as well. She's helping out in the PTO at our kids' local elementary school. My point is, I love public education. I love students. I loved hearing those stories tonight about your amazing students over at Auburn Elementary, your staff members. And I just want to assure you, my goal is to work with both parties, obviously, to try and hopefully find a resolution, to reach an agreement that's fair to everyone. But sometimes that's something everyone will have to work hard to live with, because we don't always get what we want. But I do believe that the most important part to student success is instruction and teaching and learning in the classroom. And that takes the teachers. They're the most important part, along with the staff, the administrators, and the classified, and everyone who supports that team. So to do that, they need to be able to live. And I work really hard, even in my local community, to make sure it's very expensive, as you probably all know, up in Todd Truckee, to try and get people to be able to even be part of their community. So even when we have challenges financially, I just want to make it clear, we still need to make sure people can live, buy the food that they need, pay the bills, maybe even save for their own children's future education and so forth. So I wanted to give you my business cards. I'll leave those here. I even have my cell phone. And I'm not here to debate, but like Mr. Wedge, some comments you've made about the CTA. If you ever want, just give me a call. I would be more than happy to sit down, have a cup of coffee, and talk about the CTA. I've worked with 91 districts all over Northern California through all the counties, you name it, a school district, I can tell you about it. I can talk about the roads up there by Montague and up and around Mount Shasta, or out in Coffee Creek and Trinity County. Never driven a district into financial bankruptcy, would never want to do that. But I work with us, our members, and with the district, and hopefully we can find that elusive tentative agreement so people can move forward on that bunch. And I just want to give you my honest word that I'll work really hard to try and make that happen. So thank you for your time. And if I may, can I leave these?
Good evening, Interim Superintendent Lucci Garcia, trustees, fellow teachers. I don't think we have any more students and Auburn community members. I want to start my association report this evening by reading and reminding us all of our Auburn Union School District mission and vision statements and the guiding principles we use to direct our decisions to fulfill these goals. Our guiding principle states, we place each child at the heart of every decision. Our vision statement states, we stand together to cultivate the potential of all of our students in our community. Our mission statement, Auburn School District, in collaboration with our families and community, is committed to achieving academic excellence to prepare our students for careers in the future. Understanding diversity is a strength, supporting a caring, experienced, and qualified staff, developing the whole student in a safe and healthy environment. As chapter president of the Auburn Union Teachers Association, I want to use my time this evening to provide teachers' perspective regarding our concerns that are under the current district leadership. Our district has lost its course and is on a path forward that is failing to uphold our mission and leaving students with less than what they deserve and can afford. Of even greater concern, it is the opinion of the teachers, the professional educators hired and trusted to instruct and guide students' learning and success. It is not a lack of understanding or capability by current leadership that has resulted in our misdirection, but rather a political agenda guided and influenced by outsiders who do not have interests of our children at the foremost of our plans of action, but rather personal ideologies and political. To accomplish this misguided agenda, there have been a lot of misgivings by those in charge to hide the harm being done to our students under the guise of difficulty budgetary times and looming crisis. Unfortunately, a lack of complete transparency has left many in the public possibly believing that nothing different can be done, or with a feeling of hopelessness or despair. Therefore, I want to point out some facts tonight that might discuss the state of our AUSD budget and the state budget. Ongoing labor negotiations with our teachers and the course of the TK8 transformation plan the district has adopted for the upcoming year. While we may agree as a collaborative group that we have always and will have challenges to face, our school community needs to understand that we have a major breakdown and crisis at hand because, in our professional opinion, as educators in this district, under the current board leadership of Greg Holt, it is no longer fulfilling our vision and mission statement, as always placing the heart, our children, our students in the future of each decision we make. Rather, it has become crystal clear that our decisions are not about what is best for our students, but political agendas. However, to be very clear, in our community, the teachers want to thank Trustee Sarah Brickler and Trustee Jamie Ross for upholding our AUSD guiding principle as they navigate the challenges and decisions that must be made. We appreciate you both immensely, and so does the community. We would also like to point out Clerk Renee Grigsby. We appreciate your courage that you have shown lately to stand up for our students by making your own choices around what you believe the community thinks best for our students, and for not standing with others who have placed their political agendas in front of our students' success. Thank you for being good representatives of the people in our community who elected you to the board to ensure their children get the best possible education that we can provide. Everyone here tonight who appreciates these brave women as AUTA does, please stand with me now and show your appreciation. To be clear as well, I want to publicly acknowledge that AUTA does understand and agree that our district has budget challenges and must be addressed. We have been collaborating with the district administrators for years now to address these challenges created by our enrollment reduction over the years. For example, it is not a secret that when our schools had fewer students, they needed fewer staff, and AUTA collaborated with AUSD over the past few years to strategically and humbly as possible reduce the size of our bargaining units to right-size our teaching staff. The district is spending less money on teacher salaries today, over $500,000 than they did 5 years ago in 2018 and 2019. This is just one example of a piece of information the public has not been told in the district budget updates. Rather, it has been communicated that the district cannot afford to give teachers a simple cost of living increase to their wages so they don't fall behind in inflation because they can't afford it. I also want to point out that AUT understands it takes a team of educators to help our students succeed: administrators, staff, food service, janitorial, maintenance, clerical, and others. The public should know that when taking into account all employees in the district, AUSD is spending $700,000 less on salaries than it did in 2018 and 19. In comparison, AUSD has valued teacher salaries at only 26% of the total budget as of the second interim this year, second lowest in the county, and once again has had to file a waiver with PCOE for not spending the recommended and required 60% of its budget on classroom instruction expenses. How can this be good for our students? In contrast, I want to point out at the same time, while AUSD is spending less on teacher salaries, costs mostly associated with students' instruction and learning in the classroom, the district is spending over $4 million. Let me say that again. $4 million on services and other operating expenses today than it was in 2018 and 2019. There are valid reasons for why these increases happen, but yet again, it hasn't been shared with the public. Why doesn't the district openly discuss all of these cost increases and collaborate with stakeholders to determine where cuts could be made here to take care of our people? In comparison, AUSD has valued these expenditures at 23% of the total budget. That is the highest school district in our county. Another point I need to clarify for the public, despite continuous and repetitive discussions around AUSD and state budget matters, the district and board have not made an effort to make the public aware that AUSD has higher revenue this year than any other year, except for 22 and 23. AUSD is projecting a total revenue this year of $26,266,882, over $5 million more than the same 2018-2019 year previously mentioned in my earlier comparisons. One final budgetary point I want to make the public aware of tonight is in regards to the district's continual messaging around the need to save money versus spending it that we have on today's students. The state says that we need to have a 3% reserve, around 800,000, but currently AUSD has over 17%. That's $4.5 million. In addition, the district has placed another $1 million or an additional 4% in an unrestricted special reserve for capital projects. To be clear, we need a reserve for economic uncertainty, but with all the current talk about different economic times, why is the board continuing to prioritize and value growing the reserve versus spending it on our students now? We are a public school. We are not a bank. This is not our public tax money. We need to demand it to be spent on our students and not saved for future unknowns. The state provides spending for each year's students. We need to spend today's dollars on today's students, our kids. They can't afford anything less. I could go on with other examples, but to the point I want to clarify is that we are not in terrible, historically difficult budgetary times, but rather strong financial times with local challenges created by various factors. AUSD has a lot more money than it did 5 years ago and is spending a ton more on services and other operating expenses, yet is spending less in the classroom teachers and other on support without our students. It is time we rethink our values and reprioritize our spending decisions in what we do. In fact, placing the children at the heart of every decision. They deserve nothing less. In closing, I would like to quote Mr. Holt from Monday night's special board meeting. Sometimes you just have to pay the lawyers. Well, I'm here tonight as a public elementary school educator for over 27 years to tell you that for the sake of our students' futures, sometimes you just have to pay the teachers a living wage. Our students cannot afford anything less. I implore the board to work with us on Monday to reach a fair settlement and mediation that will allow our teachers to afford to continue teaching and be part of our community. We cannot afford to continue losing our teachers in order to build a larger reserve and fund other projects. If we can spend more on other budgetary areas, we must be able to spend a fair share on our people who have our children at the heart of every decision day in and day out in the classroom. In solidarity, Sarah Liebert, AUTA President.
Thank you. And do we have CSEA here tonight? Okay, seeing no, we'll move to tonight's consent agenda. And is there anything anybody would like to pull?
I would love to pull F2 as well as B.
F2 and just 10B.
10B.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to pull J as well, please.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Okay, less those that have been pulled, I move that we approve tonight's consent agenda. All in favor? Aye. And those opposed? All right, seeing none, the motion carries. And Trustee Ross, do you want to start us off on 10B?
Yes, on B, I just want to take a second to recognize Miss Morris and all that she's done for our community and our district. She's been here from Skyridge to Alta Vista to Auburn Elementary to Rock Creek, even to Evie Kane. And she has definitely proven her leadership skills worthy of our community. And I really, really just want to take a second to appreciate her.
I had wanted to do the same, just to acknowledge her 22 years of service to our district. I hope she's listening at home or I hope she's maybe getting some rest, actually, but she deserves that. But and I hope that it gets back to her that we wanted to express our gratitude to just the incredibly hard work that she has done on behalf of our students and all the different roles she's played in our district. And I kind of can't say enough good things about the contributions that she's made.
And Trustee Ross, do you want to move to approve the item?
I move to approve item 10B, consent agenda.
And I will second that. All in favor? Aye. And those opposed? Seeing none, it carries. And so Trustee Ross, over to you as well for F2.
F2, I just have some clarifying questions. Was this something that we had to run RFP for a request for proposal And did we do that, or did we just decide to use them because we have, or how did that process work?
So, I'm sorry, CEO Leslie. So when a school district engages with an architect firm, they have to go through a architect selection process. So that was conducted, I want to say about a year and a half ago, in which 3 firms were selected. HMC is one that had the ability to take on this work for the summer. Other firms were a little bit impacted. So it really isn't so much a proposal because most all firms, kind of like with most legal firms, they kind of charge about the same rates. And it's often about, you know, who's available, who might be able to do the project more appropriately. In this case, we have people that are living within the Auburn area or are former students of Auburn Union School District as well that have a special interest in making these projects work well for our district. And we're able to clear time for us to get these projects going this summer.
Okay, and then I'm just going to kind of go down the list. Hazardous materials, and that would be a separate contract. Do you suspect there will be, and I'm thinking more or less for the science room and things of that sort, do you think there will be any hazardous materials or that we'll have to hire a contractor for something like that?
Typically in older buildings, there's always some sort of abatement that's going to happen. We have to have the areas tested. I mean, right now we're just looking at the restrooms at the end of wing 1 and possibly some of the walls within wing 1 as well. If we establish a dividing wall between the TK and K classrooms and other classrooms within the wing. So those would be the areas that we would test. So that will give us an idea of what we might be encountering.
And if you suspect there is, how long does something like that, like hazardous materials, take to extract from a situation? Would we be able to do everything in time?
Oh, yeah. I would imagine, I mean, typically an abatement contractor would come in during any demolition at that point. So they would kind of come in first and do the demolition essentially in partial for the contractor. And then that is usually the abatement. So they put up like plastic and run everything. And then the contractors come in for the rebuild essentially. So it just becomes a part of the construction process.
Okay, and do we have people in mind already, or is this a part of the contract with these individuals that they'll find someone for us, or how does?
In the past, the district has worked with ESS Environmental. So those are the people that I contacted.
And then again, I'm just going to keep going down. So FDSA approval, is there any reason or possibility that we wouldn't get approved? And how long does that process generally take for approval?
So that would be the Division of State Architect approvals. These projects, because they are much, much smaller in nature, will be done in what they call an over-the-counter approval process. So an appointment's made with the Division of State Architect, and you go in and you essentially work with a person at the counter at the DSA office itself, just because a lot of these structures are pre-approved. And so the siting is the only thing that typically gets reviewed. And same thing with the restrooms, again, because it is such a small nature of project. I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. Sometimes they will have some comments and they come back, but right now they're still anticipating that we're good to start as soon as school's out.
And then do we have a plan B if perhaps we can't get the construction done in time, or something else comes up, or we do find hazardous material and figure we can't? I mean, is there some kind of plan B, or we're just really optimistic and we're saying this is totally going to work, we're going to make this happen?
Well, obviously, I mean, we have quite a bit of that. I mean, we've built, you know, I've built many classrooms even before over a summer break. So I would anticipate that. I mean, of course, again, you never know. If a meteor hits, if we have a massive blizzard, there could be an earthquake. I mean, I can't really guarantee anything of those natures, but I think, you know, with the staff pulling together, if we needed to make accommodations, then that's something that we have to look at.
Okay. And then we're working with CDE, OPSC approval. How long does that generally take?
They just write that into general contracts. These are not state funded, so we would not have to go through OPSC. And because we're not building a new facility or making any major changes, they would not need CDE approval either.
Okay, and this didn't mention anything about CEQA, and I know I bring it up frequently. CEQA is not anything to do with this. They don't double check to make sure that we do have verification and we're good.
Yeah, no, not on a project like this.
Okay, I think I had one more question. Hold on. Oh, it said that they are not going to look at storm and water prevention. Is there anything, because I know we did have some mold issues and we did have some roof issues. Is that something we're looking into as a side note, or you're like, that has nothing to do with this project?
Are you mentioning stormwater pollution prevention program?
In our proposal,
Page 4, I think that's exactly it. Stormwater prevention pollution plans. Under P, it says exclusions from services.
Yeah.
So we're looking at.
yeah, the exclusion from, so we're not looking into stormwater prevention pollution plans or anything like, oh, I didn't see the pollution part. I apologize.
Yeah, that usually, that's always reflects directly on, anytime you do anything, stormwater is always a factor. So anytime you have any kind of construction, even the roofing that we'll be doing, there'll be an exclusion for that too, just because they're saying, hey, we're not coming out here to write your stormwater program. We have stormwater pollution prevention programs that we contract with PCOE with and have for years through our maintenance program. So we already have a plan in place, and then it's just a matter of basically the contractor is saying that they're not going to carry that for us. It's up to the district to have our own approved plan, which we do, utilizing PCOE. And then they take the typical precautions if necessary. So if there's a storm drain, they plug it. If there's going to be runoff, they put wattles up. But again, we're doing a very small scope over summer, so I don't anticipate there needing to be a lot of that included in the contract price either.
That's all. Did you have any questions?
And I have the question on that as well. Who writes the contract for the contractors when a bid is awarded?
We have a template contract through our legal department. Our lawyers that we utilize, Lozano Smith, for our facilities and business use. They have suites that they continuously update that they provide to their clients.
Do you know if in that template, if LD charges, that's liquidated damages, are included with a drop dead end date for all final inspections and everything to be released back to the schools?
I can say for a fact that they are included. I know I've had to include them even just on the roofing bid that went out and those documentations. However, it's really important for everybody to know that especially in these days, liquidated damages are extremely difficult to collect or to argue in court. So they have to be reasonable. So we can't just say, we're going to charge you $10,000 a day. Generally, on average, we see somewhere between $100 and $200 per day, unless I can show that there's a particular reason. So for example, if the restrooms weren't ready and I had to bring in portable restrooms for student use, which has happened on a previous site that I'd worked on, I will at this point go in and look at what the average cost of renting that is per day and add that into the liquidated damages with a caveat. So those are the types of things that we need to look at when assessing liquidated damage. On average, for smaller projects, I just throw in $100 because that's something that typically isn't legally challenged.
Okay, I'd be interested to see, you brought up the portable restrooms. That's a great example right there. I just ask that you look into that, and because that is a motivator for contractors to get their job done in time.
Yeah.
So this is probably the first time I think I've seen kind of a dollar amount and some of the scope of work that's anticipated to prepare the sites. And so it's really helpful to kind of understand what sort of work was going to be planned for the TK8 transition. And
just to be clear though, too, this is for all of our projects this summer that require DSA approval. So this is TKK structures at, well, this one doesn't include it at Auburn Elementary because we've added that. So that'll be coming. So this is a shade structures under ESSER we were going to be doing anyways. This is a playground addition at Sky Ridge and the shade structure here that we would already be doing. So it's holistic for all the projects that we're going to be engaging in, not just to remedy for TKK. Or I'm sorry,
right.
TK8.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that I hadn't seen it kind of itemized like this. And I understand that we have some, like a lot of, so this total for the projects, architect fees separate is about $1.5 million. And it looks like ESSER funds or at least the shade structure and path of travel component is about $250,000 per campus. So about half of this potentially would be paid through ESSER. Is that what I'm trying to understand is like whether to what degree we can afford something like this. And I understand that there's you know, it's one of the main ways that we're utilizing the one-time ESSER COVID related funds for part of this. We're utilizing some capital outlay. It would just be helpful if you could help us understand how we can afford this, because I don't want us to deplete our capital outlay account too much. Like if we were to have like a roof that needs to be replaced, I don't know how much money we have. I think do we have about $1 million in that account? And
I think I'd have to look at it specifically, but we're at like 1.2. So
help me feel comfortable with spending this much money. I know our campuses need it, but how can we afford it?
Well, I mean, we can afford it because we have the one-time funds, and that's and the reserved restricted funds. And I think that's a key element to it. I mean, honestly, if you really want to look at the scope of work, it's fairly inexpensive comparative to some quotes that I've seen in the past. As we engage in those types of things. So, I mean, it's also important to remember that these are estimates. So these aren't our final quotes. They're estimates on, especially for reconfigurations inside the wings of E.B. Kane, is a scope that is not actually going to come to fruition. This is just a guess. So we're still working on exact scope. We've already downsized a little bit of the scope. So this just gives, again, they're just trying to give us an average construction cost so that I can start my planning and so that they can also show what they're kind of working off of for their fee, or their not to exceed, I should say.
Were we able to build upon the, I think it was about $70,000 that I think we paid HMC as well for the accessibility of scoping work. Is this kind of all building on the prior work?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for asking that. Yeah. So because of that, that would have been something that we would have had to engage in now if we hadn't already done that. So because we were able to already do that, and because we were going to need that for those shade structures that were outlined under the ESSER funding, we were able to pay for that 70,000 under the COVID ESSER funding, and directly related to those shade structures and possible playground additions. So that's been very useful.
It does seem like we're utilizing a lot of our capital outlay funds. So how would we replenish those, I guess?
So the capital outlay funds don't necessarily get replenished, except for the fact that we do take in Melrose fees. We'll be doing that until the year 2030. About a portion of those now, I want to say it's a little less than half, goes to our annual certificate of participation payment. The rest is captured inside of your Fund 49 that you'll see in the budget. We are taking in developer fees still, which has actually been a little bit higher than I had anticipated. So we'll see those continue to replenish. These were funds that were not anticipated. We thought that it was going to cost more to pay off the old certificate of participation. So this was kind of like a surprise pot of money, which is great. You guys have also committed to continue to fund our deferred maintenance account, which is going to be paying for the roofing repairs, and we'll continue to pay for roof repairs. If we need any larger modernization down the road, it's also important to note that if we ever wanted to engage in that and we wanted to explore state funding or financial hardship funding, we would have to use this money first as our match. So they would just basically wipe it out and then pay for the rest. If we're able to effectively use it towards projects now and we wanted to engage in a larger project later, we can show that we've expended our funds and done our due diligence, and therefore we would be able to better qualify for 100% funding from the state.
President Holt. So if we were to be selling off surplus property as well, would that be going to these capital outlay funds?
Yes.
I think my last question is, I did contact DSA to see how long an average the permits it takes, and they did say 2 months. And what I'm hearing from you is that you actually sit down with an individual right then and there, and they approve it in that moment. Is that what I understood?
Yes, they'll go through it and they'll go through the checks during that time. They, like I said, they may have additional comments. The benefit of having those over-the-counter appointments that they didn't used to have in the past, they started implementing those, I want to say about 8 years ago, is that you have the architect present there as well. So if there's a question, they can answer it. If there's an adjustment that needs to be made, they can make notes on the plans right there. If there were any serious comments that would need re-engineering, the architect then is able to take them back, and they've already scheduled a follow-up appointment that day. It used to be in years past that we would average, well, I mean, there were times that they took a lot longer if there's been a recent state bond and a lot of school districts are, pursuing a lot of construction work. But we always used to average, you would send in your plans and it would take somewhere between 2 to 3 months to get your plans back. So that is fair for when you have a typical larger project.
Okay, and then they also mentioned that there are grants available for this. Have we looked into any grants, or we're just like, hey, ESSER funds work?
When they talk about grants, I'm wondering if they just mean the general state grants.
What I heard is there was improvement grants to schools, especially with this last COVID money, that there was still money left over for improvement grants.
I don't know of any improvement grants that the state has had. They do always have, again, what they call money or eligibility. They refer to those as grants. So when we say we have 84 students of eligibility for new construction, let's just say we have 84 kids that, we need more room for. They call those grants. So when you receive X amount per student, they call that your state grant.
Gotcha.
And so that's state grant funding for modernization or new construction. So they have had some facility improvement grants, but typically you have to show a facility hardship, which we wouldn't be able to show. We wouldn't be able to show that I guess the best thing for it is if we had a cyclone come through here and it blew part of the roof off, that's a facility hardship. We don't have an appropriate building right now, or we didn't have any classrooms at all and we didn't have other rooms to house them in. General shifts for grade reconfiguration or additional play structures, that wouldn't be something they would consider a facility hardship.
Gotcha. Okay.
I know there was some funding from the state for TK expansion, but I saw that it was being reduced. So is there any possibility of getting any money to expand the TK program?
With the reduction
From a facility perspective.
Right, from the facility. So the expansion really is, a great example is when you're adding something on site. So if we were going to be adding a modular onto site, there is the TK expansion grant. If you're not financial hardship, you are expected to contribute 50% of the cost. So I know right now, for example, there's a school district in Sutter County that's exploring that, and it's 2 classrooms and it's going to net somewhere around $2 million. They are financial hardship, but for an example, we would be on the hook for 50% of that. Yeah, they're going to push them together, but yeah, it's 2 portables.
My last question is, are we as a board supposed to approve the design modifications, or that just goes through you and you're like, this is what it is?
Yeah, as a board, that wouldn't be generally within your purview. That is something we really do. And even for my position, we really need to leave that to the architects as to what is, compliant, what is to code, what works. What's the best way that we can, deliver a program type of thing. So we work with them pretty extensively just to make sure that we're checking all of our boxes. This isn't one where we're going to have a lot of leeway in design. Let's put it that way. This isn't, where we're picking out paint colors and if we like pitched roofs. So it's really just toilets, tiny toilets and a wall. So that's.
Well, and playgrounds, right? Where we put our playground matters, obviously, for both ADA and student accessibility.
Well, because of the constrictions of a lot of the sites, there isn't really a lot of options for that either. There were 2 options for playgrounds, and one was behind the Dragila gym and the other for appropriate access, and also to make sure that it was on a piece of ground that we could easily construct on and wasn't sloped. That gave us between one of the wings type of a thing. So it's not like there was a whole breadth of options in that either.
And I'm sorry, where did we end up? Did we end up putting it over by the other playground? Is that where we ended up?
Which one, the TKK or the elementary playground?
Okay. Yeah.
Fair enough. So one of the other locations for the elementary playground was either behind Dragila gym, cutting into the asphalt there, or if we felt that it was something that we could reasonably fit within the footprint of the current, I think it's like a ropes area, climbing area, that would obviously be a better location. And it turns out that it seems that they're able to fit appropriate structures within that footprint without taking up, any additional basketball court space. So that was determined to be the best location. Then it also keeps it pretty close to our ELOP programs. which will be able to utilize the area, and then also keeps it in a net area where we were looking at putting the shade structure too. And this kind of then creates a smaller area for supervision for children so that we don't have them, you know, some back here and then some over there type of a thing. It kind of keeps it a little bit tighter. For the TKK, that would be location now wing 1, which is the furthest one over here to the right, one of the older wings. It's going to be towards the very end of that, out in the center area. And so they're going to be able to actually put in both a kindergarten one and then a smaller TK one with some standalone manipulatives, it's sounding like. I haven't gotten any pictures or anything like that, but they have the footprint that they'll be able to fit that in.
And manipulatives as in like tricycles and.
Well, I mean, I think it's like things that are installed in the ground that you can play with that aren't necessarily like a slide.
Are you referring to the, what would that be, the west side of the wing then, at the end of the wing, in that,
Yes.
it's essentially like is that like a fire lane? I'm not sure what that.
No, it's
Just
like
the
a,
pathway.
it's just like a unused grass area right now, kind of.
Okay.
I think it was originally, it was
walk it.
designed for like outdoor learning, like kids would go outside in between the classrooms when they were just, I mean, it's very common design from the 60s.
So not in between the wings of classrooms, but like on the, I said, on the west side of that wing.
No, it would be on the in between. So wing 1, wing 2, the grass in the center.
It'll be in between the
Yes.
wings. Okay, I mean, I expressed my concern about, I love those classrooms with the big windows and it's just a whole wall of windows. So I'm just trying to figure out how that would work for, you know, distracting the class that can see, that has a line of sight to the play area.
You know, in discussions with the principal, that didn't seem to be as big of a concern at that time. I don't know if that's where she's structuring classes to take recess at approximately the same times in opposing classes. But I know that that's something that's been discussed as we look at the layout of sites.
May I come and play in between the wings and just, I mean, I'm making a joke, but the way I envision it, if you're in between wings, I mean, I've seen just even students kind of walking in the wings and can be distracting if you're in one of the classrooms. Is there any other option other than having a playground area that faces a classroom that's a wall of windows?
No.
I don't see how that will work, but I'd like to walk it and be able to see. Can we have a field trip?
We could possibly, yeah, if you want to do that with Christine, sure.
The accessible path of travel upgrades, is that to allow for drop off and like separate drop off and pickups for younger and older, or that's just something totally different?
Again, so the Americans with Disability Act path of travel upgrades, they could mean numerous things. So it could be anything from the front of the office, but actually I think that looked pretty good. I know that we are looking at a possible drop off and improvements of the sidewalk on the access lane as well. So I think that's being called out. Again, I don't have the drawn plans yet, so I can't tell you exactly where that's going to happen.
Do you know when we'll get those plans? Is that May, April? Is that the date that
Yeah.
was set for?
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, April, May, March is the construction documents. April, May is the DSA submittal approval.
Yeah.
So will we be able to see that before you submit to the DSA?
If I can get my hands on it and we have the opportunity, yeah. If not, we'll present what was submitted to DSA.
And we're still on schedule as far as concerned, DSA submittal April, May.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Doesn't look like it. All right. So with that, do we have a motion? Well, I move that we approve F2.
Second.
All right, and all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
3-2, motion carries. And trustee Brickler, item J.
I wanted to call attention to this item because I just think it's important that our community be aware that we would need participation in order to have a 7-Eleven committee. I think we had heard previously that hopefully we had met the requirement for this. And it's, as it turns out, we need to hold a committee, initiate a new committee process. This is just a really important aspect of moving forward with considering our surplus property. So I'm hopeful that we could have, participation in this activity. And I was just wondering if CBO Leslie has anything else wants us to know about this work. It seems like we have so much going on as a district that this seems like another thing that is might be challenging to implement. Can you speak to the timing of it?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Sorry, CBO Leslie again. I mean, to me, timing not a deal, but I completely understand legal's viewpoint on this. In reviewing some of the older documents, they have evidence of the 7-Eleven committee, they have evidence of findings. There's some disjointedness between the things. So actually, we ended up finding 7-Eleven committee recommendations for the Rock Creek additional parcel, which we didn't even think existed previously. So it was woven in there somewhere too. We've been digging through a lot of boxes of files that, worth forever keeps. But really looking at it, I think, this is kind of like a safety net for us, instead of like walking the line of, do we need to do it again? Let's just do it. And so originally, I think we were looking at just for the Sherland tract property, but instead we went ahead and looped all of them in at one time so that we can just, cover any possibilities there. And even though it is, another option, it's a very, it's very, I want to say like designated or very specific scope that a 7-Eleven committee functions within and has, a very specific timeline also. So I think between that, I'm actually kind of excited to see, to bring in even, voices or ideas or, if nothing else, it gets additional education out to our community. So I'm sure there'll be questions about various things. And do we ever think we're going to need the property at Sherland Track, those types of things. And I think I think it'll actually be, a great way to give a little bit more information out there.
So this is also the application for membership. So we should be kind of getting the word out to the community that we are seeking. I can't remember what it said in terms of the application deadline. When do people need to respond?
I have to look at that again. I want to say it was April 30th. So the board actually just needs to approve the, I wanted you guys to see it and then to do an approval because that's the first thing to go out. Once we get interest or applications back in, and of course this will go on our website and this will get sent out, but then a resolution comes to the board, solidifying the members of the committee essentially and establishing the committee. Okay. So this is just kind of like step one to gather, but before it was really, hey, you don't have to really take this to board for approval, but I really wanted you guys to see this and know that it's coming through. So instead of information, more of an approval of the process.
So the properties that the committee is being formed to address are Sherland Track. I'm forgetting the name, Atwood, or the one that's near
Kemper Road.
Kemper Road, thank you. And then just to clarify, the Rock Creek property is just that smaller parcel that's right at the corner of Education and 49, not the Rock Creek campus itself.
Correct. Yes, thank you. So it's that little strip kind of that goes in between the businesses and the Rock Creek campus itself.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll move that unless there are other questions, I would move that we approve item 10J.
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Okay, and do we have additional public comment this evening on the next agenda items?
We do not.
Okay. So moving to 11A, resolution number 23-24-08, reduction in certificated staff due to reduction or elimination of particular kinds of service.
Education Code Section 44955 permits the governing board to reduce or discontinue particular kinds of service not later than the beginning of the next school year. This sections 44949 and 44955 of the California Education Code require action by the governing board if the services of the certificated staff are to be reduced or eliminated in order to permit the layoff of certificated employees. The services set forth in Exhibit A shall be reduced or eliminated at the close of the 23-24 school year. And then this would be a roll call vote.
Would it be possible just to kind of walk us through why these particular services aren't needed?
Yeah. So when we reduce particular kinds of service, it's because either the program is going or the class, right? And so we did this last year when we needed to close schools, right? So this is just reducing that particular kind of service. It lays off that position.
I guess more specifically, so under a TK8 model, we don't need an itinerant PE teacher because we would have a PE teacher designated to a site.
We have, yes, we have one PE teacher at each site.
Okay.
That's correct.
And we no longer need, for the same reason, I mean, would we still have intervention teachers or just they would not be itinerant? I'm trying to understand the specific.
So the academic intervention position was paid for out of COVID funding, a restricted COVID fund that was meant to address the impacts and the learning gaps because of the pandemic. That is not paid for out of title funds. We still have our title funded program. This position was never meant to be permanent. It was meant to be present, you know, with the funding. I have to say that we didn't intend to bring it back this year, but with all the transition and the fact that we've made, you know, the students have made so much gain, we decided to bring it back and complete it at the end of this school year.
Can you just walk us through the last two? There's a technology teacher and an English teacher, please.
Sure, thank you. So the technology teacher, we have a course currently at EB Kane that teaches computers and technology. And so we're reducing that position because that program is no longer needed in the capacity that it serves now. And then the English teacher, we had one additional English teacher. And so we are not in need of that position.
Thank you.
President Holt, are there additional questions on this? Okay. With that, I move that we approve resolution number 23-24-08.
I'll second.
And Clerk Grigsby, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
President Holt,
Aye.
Clerk Grigsby, aye. Trustee Brickler,
Aye.
Trustee Wedge,
Aye.
Trustee Ross.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 11B, resolution number 23-24-09 concerning order of seniority of certificated employees, first rendering paid probationary service on the same day.
California Education Code Section 44955 provides that the relative seniority for layoff purposes of certificated employees, first rendering paid probationary service to a district on the same date shall be determined by the superintendent on the basis of the needs of the district and the students thereof. So this resolution, you can see here, the criteria set forth in Exhibit A are authorized and directed to be applied in the order listed to determine the relative seniority of those certificated employees first rendered probationary service on the same day. And then concerning the seniority of certificated employees, you can see in Exhibit A, there's more detail there as well.
Thank you. Is there any question on this one? Okay. I move that we approve item 11B, resolution number 23-24-09.
I'll second that.
All right, let's go the other way. Trustee Ross.
Aye.
Trustee Reg.
Aye.
Trustee Brickler.
Aye.
Clerk Grigsby, aye. And President Holt.
Aye.
Thank you.
5-0, the motion carries. Moving to 11C, resolution number 23-24-10, elimination of classified staff due to lack of work or lack of funds.
Okay. Oops. Okay, I shrank it down too small. Okay, due to lack of work and or lack of funds, the Board of Trustees finds it in the best interest of the district to discontinue certain classified employee services currently being provided. And then the list of those services are on the resolution.
And are there any questions on this? Seeing none. Oh, sorry.
No, it's quite all right. I was going to move to,
Go right ahead.
I move that we, oh, I apologize. It came through a blank. I move that we, thank you. The resolution 23-24-10
Move that we approve.
approved. Thank you.
I'll second the motion to approve resolution number 23-24-10.
President Holt,
Aye.
Clerk Grigsby, aye. Trustee Brickler,
Aye.
Trustee Wedge,
Aye.
and Trustee Ross.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Moving to item 11D, resolution number 23-24-11, non-reelection of probationary certificated employees.
A non-reelection is a process that puts certificated probationary employee on notice that his or her employment contract will not be renewed for the following school year. Education Code Section 44929.21B authorizes the governing board to give notice to a probationary certificated employee of the board's decision to non-reelect the employee for the next succeeding school year to such a position at any time prior to March 15th of the employee's second complete consecutive year of employment by the district.
Are there any revisions to the list or does it stand as posted?
To my knowledge, the list is accurate as posted. I haven't checked email since this afternoon, so this is to my current knowledge, yes.
Seeing no discussion, I move that we approve resolution number 23-24-11, non-reelection of probationary certificated employees.
I'll second. Let's start in the middle. Trustee Brickler,
Aye.
Trustee Wedge,
Aye.
Trustee Ross,
Aye.
President Holt,
Aye.
and Clerk Grigsby, aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And moving to 11E, resolution 23-24-12, release non-reelection of temporary, including probationary zero certificated employee.
A non-reelection is a process that puts a certificated probationary employee on notice that his or her employment contract will not be renewed for the following school year. Education Code 44929.21B authorizes the governing board to give notice to a probationary certificated employee of the board's decision to non-reelect the employee for the next succeeding school year, anytime prior to March 15th of the employee's second complete consecutive year, sorry.
Just a clarifying question. All of these employees were offered to resign before this happened, correct? I just want to verify.
There's definitely a process that HR follows. If employees choose to resign, that is something that they can inform our HR manager or there's a conversation about.
I move that we approve item 11E, resolution 23-24-12, release non-reelection of temporary, including probationary zero certificated employee.
I'll second that.
President Holt,
Aye.
Clerk Grigsby, aye. Trustee Brickler,
Aye.
Trustee Wedge,
Aye.
Trustee Ross.
Aye.
And the motion carries. All right, and moving to item 11F, presentation and approval of second interim budget report.
Education Code requires the school district to complete a second interim report of financial activities through January 31st of each year. This report is due to the County Office of Education by March 15th. The second interim report is available for public view as an attachment to this agenda and at the district office located at 255 Everly Lane in Auburn. District office hours are 8:30 to 4:30 PM Monday through Friday with the exception of holidays. CBO Heather Leslie is going to present the second interim budget report.
President Bull, Interim Superintendent Lucia Garcia, members of the board, everybody who's left. Thanks for sticking with me for this really exciting report. I appreciate it. So this evening, we're going to be going over the second interim report for the Auburn Union School District. Jordan, we can go ahead. So we had a discussion last board meeting of updates in the governor's state budget. And so just wanted to make sure that we understand kind of where we sit and if there's any big differences that we saw in the second interim. So still, we have the official move going forward to projected 0.76 COLA for 24-24. There's a typo, 24-25 next fiscal year, and still showing a 2.73 cost of living adjustment for 25-26. So just as we discussed before, it really is noted that the legislative office has kind of handed this budget back to the governor and said, we don't think this actually works for us. We're recommending 0 on the cost of living adjustment for next year, and also reduction of some ongoing programs. So it'll be interesting in the next few months to see how that kind of works out between the legislator and the governor. I'll go back there. So we've got continuance, but reduction in funding for the Extending Learning Opportunities Program. So our ELOP program, or after school and before school, and the intercession programs. Essentially, it's not that they've just cut that like they've done on some other grant budgets. What they do is they fund districts with higher unduplicated populations first. And so those get a higher funding. And so as those districts have increased with higher unduplicated counts throughout the state, there's more that is taking place there. And that means that there's less funds that are there for the rest of us in qualifications. And also we have reductions, as you spoke to Trustee Berkler a little bit, reductions in allocations on facilities. So not only what they plan on giving out for regular construction at a state level, but also a hold for any other construction for TKK facilities to the tune of $500 million. Okay, Jordan. So where have the changes been since first interim? There wasn't a ton, which is great. But some of the changes that you will see as you go through in our ELOP programs, of course, you're going to see a difference as we've budgeted for one state level of funding. We received different level of state funding in the out years. So you're going to see that within that resource code. We had some changes to KIT funding, or what that is grants that our child nutrition department applied for. And those were for both training and also kitchen equipment. There were 2 rounds of grants. They got both. What happened is we had an allocation that we had budgeted that was supposed to be coming in, and we just pulled that forward in first interim, but we received it. So it got budgeted twice. So you'll see a reduction in Fund 13 on that. And I wanted to point out timber tax because it really caught my attention for unknown reasons. I have no idea why. Timber tax revenue is increased quite a bit since first interim. So it's a $500 increase, but when you look through it, it's going to show 157% increase because it is a small amount. So it's going to look like a huge percentage increase, but that's just something to keep in mind as I know you guys have been kind of like trained to look through and look at those percentage changes. It may seem really big, like it's a big percentage, and it's really going to be a small amount of money. Okay, next slide, Jordan. On the expenditure side, salary and benefits, the reductions in budgets are noted in both the unrestricted and restricted due to vacancies. So while we've budgeted in out years for reductions that you guys have just voted on with your resolutions, we also have had vacancies that we have been unable to fill, as you've heard already this evening with the job fair and things of that nature. Those were reduced, so you may see some changes in those because of vacancy. We've removed that budget and essentially transferred it over to operating expenses and services, because for a lot of those vacancies, we're paying contractors for those. So you'll see that. And then, of course, services and operating expenditures. I mean, the budgets have increased, obviously rising costs of everything throughout the state, and that's no difference for services. Additional contracted services continue to fill those vacancies. And we've also had increase in special education transportation costs. The best example that I can give you is where we were budgeting for this year approximately $500,000 or a little over. It's estimated throughout the rest of the year, we're going to end up somewhere close to $750,000 for the same transportation for the same amount of students. So that's just the increase of what it's costing now for transportation. In the unrestricted general fund savings, this is what you guys have kind of already seen coming forth with those resolutions, but we wanted to outline it a little bit more. Reductions in force and funding reallocations, you'll see these pots of money hit. So we've got 3 FTE certificated that we're saving to the general fund, a 0.5 classified, and we had 1 FTE that was ESSER funded, and those are moving to supplemental and concentration. So typically that would be something that we would, if we wanted to keep the position, it would just roll right into general fund. Instead, what we've done is the position is continuing, but you're going to see that transfer of budget in out years. Okay, Jordan. So enrollment projections, this isn't going to look much different because this utilizes the enrollment day data from the beginning of October that we had in first interim. So you can see we're still holding at 1446 because that's that we kind of pick that as our snapshot, if you will, and move that forward. So we had a little bit of an increase this year using that cohort survival method as we talked about. This is again just an average cohort survival that shows if we just take the percentage average that we would retain in each grade level as they move forward, what that would look like for us. And right now we are projecting with the current numbers we have a reduction of enrollment over the next 2 years as well. Oh, if you could go back one more, Jordan, I want to point something out. So I also wanted to point out that in the future years of 24, 25 and 25, 26, as moving forward with the 3 TK8 sites, what we have done is also increased the projections for transitional kindergarten as well, because now we'll be able to offer 3 full programs. So that does capture additional enrollment for TK for next year as well. Okay, thank you, Jordan. So where we're currently standing with our cost of living increase for AUSD with revisions. So again, as we said, you know, the budget's always an ever moving target. We did have to make adjustments for the audit findings. As you guys were presented the audit report last time, we did have audit findings that did have that small impact on our prior year. So as we start looking at funding, this was our 22-23 from unaudited actuals of what we received in unrestricted LCFF funding. So it's important to note again, we do receive LCFF funding that is considered restricted. We receive supplemental and concentration that can only be spent on supplemental and concentration. Those give it a little bit different. So this includes the base grant, grade span adjustment, which is what we have for maintaining the 24-to-1 average for the younger grades, as well as instructional block grant, transportation, and we do get a TK add-on because we provide those services. So if we look now at what we're anticipating for this year's income in comparison, we have an additional $210,000 approximately in funding with a percentage increase of 1.32% overall. Hey, Jordan. So in review of the second interim, these are all of the funds that we currently have and where we end up in fund balance and where the differences are. So Charter Fund 9, it's still there. It's still hanging in strong. And we've been in discussions with some state experts in funding and how those are best utilized. Do we really need to send them back to the state? Can we hang on to them? You know, essentially, what can we do? What's our best practice here? So we're still really looking at that. I would just, if there's any way we can expend those funds in the restricted areas, which is a majorative of what we have here. I think there's 3,000 maybe in general fund. I'd really like to be able to utilize that for the students of the district. Instead of sending them back to the state, which is what we're going to have to do in the next couple of years. Again, Cafeteria Fund 13, you'll see that difference right there. That's probably the, the fund that was double booked. And then we have, as we go through where we currently stand in second interim, you'll see all the difference. And this also goes to show the capital outlay fund right now. We're at just over $1 million. Melrose funds, we're currently at $742,000. Developer fees, $433,000. And the only note I will make on the difference is this is in Fund 49. We are going to have another tax roll that's going to be coming through here pretty soon in spring, and I'll be bringing that to you. We will not have to make another payment on our COP until December. So this is pretty much net. And then about the time we have to make that COP payment, we're going to have another tax roll that's going to credit us. So we'll start to see more money come in from that. Okay, Jordan, thank you. And I know the question has come up, and I know it got brought up again here today, is like, what are we really supposed to have in reserve? So what does that look like? Depending on the size of your district is how much the state requires you to keep in reserves. We qualify under the very base 3% in reserves. Some districts are actually required to keep more. So we are required by the state of California to be able to show that in our unrestricted funds that we can check that box for the 3%. As you've heard Superintendent Gail Garbolino discuss previously, and in some of the trainings that the board has participated in, that districts of our size generally keep somewhere between 20 to 25% reserves to ensure that they have that in case there's anything that happens. For example, if for any reason there is an economic impact like we experienced in years past, fall of markets, they defer payments to us from the state, or we have any other issues that come up, 3% isn't even enough to make 1 month of payroll. So we want to make sure, and I know the board engaged in that again when they looked at their strategic plan as to how can we kind of pad ourselves in case there's another, 2008 incident. In your strategic plan, board adopted, your district goals are 22% reserves in total, broken out in various aspects. With this interim report, we're at approximately 14%. I've been trying to line that out for you guys. Now that we're kind of like moving a little bit further past, still trying to write our budget, but now we really know where our funds are. How can we restructure those again back to prior to my tenure here in 2020 and 2021 to put some of those reserves in. But right now, because of our budget outlay, those have reduced in subsequent years just because the deficit spending starts to kick back in again a little bit in the unrestricted, and so it starts to reduce our fund balance. So it's really just a matter of prioritizing that 3%, prioritizing your additional 5% for economic impact, and then everything else from there. Okay, Jordan? I know it's tiny and it's just because the screen's like really far away from me, but this gives you a full breakdown that we're required to disclose of breakdown of reserves and assignments of fund balance. So you can see that you have your board reserve and assignments descriptions as they go through there and what they're currently at for a second interim as far as assignments. This gives you the total of board reserved amount. We have our non-spendable reserves. That's really just our revolving cash checking account in case there's any payroll errors or, someone missed a time card and they got it in late, and we really try to make sure that we process those. That gives us the flexibility to cut checks in-house. We have the committed reserves, which is just a separate line that we don't have since we have the assigned reserves from the board. And then of course our state required 3%. And that gives you the unappropriated balance. It comes actually out in the criterion standards at about $1, but for the purposes of the presentation, it's just basically 0. Next slide. So what does our deficit spending look like? So, we had that discussion. We were very excited. Original budget came in and we started looking at it and we're like, wow, this is the first time that we haven't had deficit spending across the board. This is really exciting. And then first interim came in, it's like, whoa, it's starting to get there. And, we're steering it a little bit more. And as we talked about deficit spending, it's not just, you can have planned deficit spending. Deficit spending isn't necessarily the worst thing. Plenty of districts do deficit spend to some degree. Typically it is planned though. You're going to adopt curriculum. It's going to cost $250,000. You have that in your ending fund balance because you've reserved it or committed it. You go ahead and spend it out of the general fund. You'll see that deficit spend. You know what it is. You come out of it the following year. When you continue to have that deficit spend is what they refer to as the structural deficit, which is concerning usually to county office or to the state of California. So current year, right now, we're sitting at a net increase of $69,000 approximately. Currently, we're showing a projected deficit spend where we are like planning at this point curriculum adoption. We've got lots of other projects that are coming out. We're doing some pretty big spends through supplemental and concentration as we anticipate budgeting out the LCAP for next year, which also falls into this category, even though it has a planned spend of approximately $2 million. And then 25-26, we're looking at approximately 881,000. So you can see that it starts to kind of pull out of it a little bit more right now, but we're still in that deficit. Jordan? So just to give an idea of what actually is encompassed in that end fund balance. So you just see it kind of falls down to the bottom. What does that look like? And it depends on if you're looking at the unrestricted budget, the restricted, or a combination. And that can look very different. But to give you an idea of what you're seeing in second interim right now, projected ending fund balance overall for the district are aligned across the top. The restricted ending fund balance. So those are things that are our extending learning program, the remainders of the ESSER funds, anything that falls in a restricted resource is going to be incorporated in that. So obviously that's stuff we can only spend on certain things. And that leaves the unrestricted fund balance, which let's just use this year, for example, is 4.5. You have the revolving cash that you already saw. So that comes out of the unrestricted. The restricted is its own. The rest of these all come out of the unrestricted. Our required 3%. We have put in for supplemental and concentration rollover because we did have additional funds that were received, and we had a lot of unspent funds in our LCAP too. Primarily keyed to, we had so much ESSER funds and one-time funding that was prioritized because it expired over the fact that we had funds that we could roll over. They are, as you'll hear us talk when we start to bring budget, they're really hammering on districts about having that rollover money and why isn't that going to students and to objectives. So that's something that we've also shown as getting tightened up as we go through. So you have your supplemental and concentration rollover. So that really is, it's under the unrestricted umbrella, but it really is restricted in theory because it has to tie to that LCAP. You have the board assignments that are currently sitting at 2.8, which of course leave remaining at available 0. But that's where you start to see where those line out. So same thing as we go forward. And if you'll notice, the board assignments get less and less just because that fund balance was less and less. So we started earmarking things just to, obviously we have to have 3%, push more money into the reserves for economic impact, and the rest of the stuff ended up zeroed out in the out years. Okay, Jordan. Budgeting and state calendars. So as we've looked at the second interim presentation, tonight, this is where we stand for the rest of the state calendar. Budget development begins pretty much as soon as we get back to work tomorrow. In fact, I think we have some budget meetings set up starting Monday. So we're going to start working on that with departments. And of course, the LCAP is a really huge piece of this. And so as Superintendent Lucci Garcia is working through her parent meetings and staff meetings and student voices, and how does that look for our future with the LCAP, that's going to be a big part of our budget next year. In June, we'll have public hearing for the budget and adoption. And then, of course, as always, just as a reminder, the state has until the end of June technically to get a budget for us, even though it is after when our budget is due. So hopefully we'll see that. But like I said, it could get really interesting down to the wire if the legislative analyst's office really wants to hold their ground on this. So it could be fun. Jordan? So in summary, because we are not showing a negative ending fund balance, we are certifying as positive. Although again, we are starting to see that ongoing deficit spending. It's still there. It's still hanging around, even though we're positive. So be mindful of that so we don't end up in a structural deficit situation. You know, as we're saying, it's important to know that, you know, these funds generally are for planned expenditures or for your board assignments. And should the state grant deferrals or for the reduce the cost of living allocation for the 0.76 or even for out years, or decide the state cost of living adjustment is 2.76, but we're not going to fund all of that. We're only going to fund 1%. That's of course going to change how our budget looks as we get into budget development. Okay, and I think that might be the end of it. Is that the end? Okay. So if you guys don't mind, I'll go to my seat so I can pull up the budget so I can answer some questions.
I think we'll let you log in real quick. If you want to log in, I think there's gonna be some questions.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You want to start firing?
I mean, we could, but then we'll have to repeat ourselves. So I'll defer to somebody else first, though.
We've discussed this in the past, and so I'm feeling yeah, like I really need to brainstorm with you all about how we approach this recurring issue that we have, is the fact that our services and other operating expenditures continues to increase and to be unsustainable. And I know a lot of this is driven by vacancies that are required positions, like for example, special education positions where we are, you know, required by law to provide services, but we cannot staff speech and language pathologists and other kind of specialized positions. And you know, not only am I concerned that these increasing costs are, you know, getting in the way of us being able to, provide raises to staff, that they are a risk to us being having a positive budget over time. I mean, I cannot believe how I have seen these costs rise, the special education contribution rise. Can I assume that the special ed contribution is within? No, I guess it's not even within this line item necessarily. Between the special ed contribution and the amount that we're paying for contracted services. I know other districts are dealing with these similar issues, but I think we really need to dedicate like a study session or hear from experts about how we can address this. Yeah, I think I hear that we have some kind of inequities within our staff where you have like two people working side by side and one is a member of our team and then the other is a contracted provider and they could be making more money and just, how that doesn't play out well. And so I don't know what the solutions are short of just offering, more money so we can compete with the contractors but hopefully come in lower than the contractors overall. But I would love to have a discussion and set some time aside because I think that these are some of the biggest risks to a positive budget over time.
Just to add on to Sarah Brickler, at one point we did have in-house special education and we actually contracted it out, which was bringing in a lot of money for our district. Looking at this, is there a possibility of looking at something like that again?
I might have to, sorry, CBO Leslie. So I'm I have a couple for you on that, but as far as the special education and the contracting with other districts, we still have some of that to an extent. If we have services that other districts can't provide, we do have some students and they're typically on MOUs with the other districts. And essentially what that does is allows us to claim, if they're not on an MOU and we bring them in, we can claim the attendance for them, essentially the ADA for them. If they are on an MOU, they claim it and we receive funding for some of the services. Is that correct? So it's kind of like covering it, but I don't know that it's necessarily a money maker, if that's a good way to put it. I mean, this wouldn't be something that you would want to make a funding stream off of. It's a very volatile, it tends to go in and out of how much services cost. If you make an MOU for a certain amount and they need additional services, it's not like a pay as you go, like we have with Placer County Office of Education for our bill back, but that is there. And then also just to touch on something, one thing I want everybody to remember too is while absolutely, the cost of services has gone up, is that it's not just contracted services that were within that string. So that really covers everything. That's our copier leases, that's the power bill, the water bill, the sewer bill, the garbage, everything is encompassed under that 5,000. And and I think we've all received PG&E bills recently to know that those have gone up as well. So it's our shredding for confidential. It's everything. It's like a big pot that like kind of everything gets dumped into. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Although, yes, we do have quite a bit of contracted services. And that was one of the reasons also that last year the board made a fantastic approval and we were able to work with our CSEA bargaining partner to increase the wages just on the special education paras because we were able to show that nexus. And it still put us within the range of what those contractors are making themselves. There's a distinction between what the service providers of the company charges us versus what those employees make. And we were able to get attract some more, but we still have a lot of vacancies in special education paraprofessionals.
So I know it's a complex issue. I know others are facing it. I know we've been talking about it for a long time, but how can we dedicate kind of more, I'd like us to try to focus on it still. I think it deserves, I don't know what that looks like, if that's agenda time or if it's, I hate to say like a committee, but I mean, I just feel like this is a real risk to our budget and to our solvency is the fact that, for example, the special ed contribution, I think it's like more than doubled since I've been on the board.
This is President Holt, if I could interject too. I have a feeling this is much bigger than just our district, this issue. And so I'm wondering if some of the solution might also just be connecting with CSBA, connecting with other school boards, and working on like a statewide fix. It may be, I think, more advocacy as well, because this is certainly much bigger than just us. And with the minimum wage increases and other things, all costs are going to be going up in short order. But particularly this, where we've been trying, we authorized raising the pay for the SPED professionals or paras, but we still aren't able to fill the positions. So I think this probably goes well beyond our district.
I think it's a combination though, really. I want to hear from the interim superintendent, but I think it's the advocacy at the state, but then I mean, perhaps there's more that we can, I know there's so much being done, but like, I want to just put the focus on what can we do and trying to brainstorm solutions.
So one thing that we are doing is Michelle Bunt, our HR manager, is recruiting staff for to support our students with disabilities. She's going to another job fair that's exclusive to these types of positions to recruit. And I have to say that there are a lot of positions in many districts open still that have not been filled for these types of positions. So the advocacy, the recruiting, all the things, you know, it's a well-rounded problem.
Back to the services and operating expenditures. I did see an analysis that showed that our percentage was much higher than perhaps like some larger districts. And so I'm wondering what specific, what is it about? What is happening within our own district that is causing these expenditures to be particularly high? I don't know if there's like more of an economy of scale in a larger district that allows them to keep it to a lower percentage of their overall budget, but yeah, I'm just very concerned about the way that I've watched these costs rise and threaten our programs and our teaching and learning.
It's CBO Leslie again. I can't actually answer for like what other districts are spending on. I know that as I've looked through some of our costs, especially like, if we do contract, I mean, sometimes that falls more into maintenance, but if we have a contract or somebody we need to bring in, or we need additional help or things like that, we do contract for a lot of services we don't have employees for. So sometimes, in my world, that falls under like consulting. So like, we don't have staff that would make the developer fee study, or, we don't have staff that would,
Facilities master.
yeah, facilities master plan. We don't, I mean, you would probably still consult for that, but we don't have like an in-house like facilities department, that larger districts do. So I think a lot of that may have to do with it. They probably have, higher personnel or personnel that cover a lot of those things that we've had to like are very odds and ends that we have to contract for. Some even have in-house legal. Whereas, the rest of us out here have to go out and, contract with various legal firms. So I think that's a piece of it, but I don't know if I could really answer what that was. I'm just flipping through like some of them right now, like, I'm seeing like Indeed job postings. I'm sure that they use those too. I know that we've resorted to that when EdJoin hasn't worked for us. So Zoom subscription, I'm sure they do that too if they Zoom their meetings. So
Is special ed the only thing that we're outsourcing? Or I know when we did the transfer over, we were outsourcing maintenance and facilities. Are we still doing that like nighttime custodial cleaning or anything like that?
during COVID, you mean, or?
Well, I know for the move, like we contracted extra help, right? During COVID, we had extra maintenance facilities cleaning up, extra cleaning. Are we still outsourcing anything? What are we outsourcing at this point? Special education?
Special education paraprofessionals, the COVID cleaning, that was retracted as, the requirements from the Department of Health retracted and the funds kind of expired for that. We have had some custodial vacancies, that we have used contractors for. Just because we don't have any substitutes, even though we've tried to recruit. So we've had some staff out and we've filled those with contractors. a couple of times, not impacting Fund 01, but the general fund, but impacting Fund 13 for child nutrition. When we've been short-staffed in the kitchens, we've actually used fill-in contractors to assist with serving lunches and breakfasts as well. So I know for a fact those positions are contracted out.
Oh, it sounds like, this is Clerk Grigsby. I know it sounds like something so small, but my mom actually works in the neighboring school district, and she said that they actually have substitutes for those positions, like the school, the lunches and cafeteria, different things like that. Is that something that we can look into to maybe like help with those outsourcing funds?
Absolutely. It's been typically tradition that we have like a a pretty good list of substitute employees that we can utilize for that. I know in the past we've had ones to even substitute for office staff. We just, for a lot of our classified positions, much as we struggle to fill vacancies, we really don't have any substitutes. It's not a guaranteed number of hour work typically. So we do have a couple of pretty faithful subs that have been helping us out, but they're very few and far between. We also post those positions and recruit for those at job fairs.
This is President Holt. I've got a couple of different questions. One, if you could just clarify for me on the PDF here, if we just go to page 14 of the PDF, so don't worry about what's in the bottom part of it. Describing the conclusion, stating that despite future projected deficit spending, the 23-24 budget and multi-year projections support that the district's able to meet its financial obligations for current and subsequent 2 years with a positive cash flow balance. Could you just tell me what the positive cash flow refers to?
Oh, yes. So the positive cash flow, there's actually the form inside of the budget packet that we're required to provide, which is a cash flow projection. And so what that shows is over at least 12 months. We usually try to go 18 months when we report to the county office of anticipated money coming in. So like the state revenues or any other grants or funding sources, and then what we anticipate the expenditures to be for that month. So it goes over month for month, just kind of a fail safe that we're cash flow positive, that we can pay for our payroll and all of our other bills on a month-to-month basis.
Okay, so even though we will be deficit spending, we can meet our obligations month for month. Okay.
Correct.
Next one. Let's see here. If we just go into the next page there, actually, let me come back to that. If you go down to page 50, let me get to it. Page 50, section D, point 3 point E. The unassigned unappropriated is blank. Is that, I don't see a 0 or anything in there.
That's very strange. That's one of their printouts too. Yeah, it should be the 0, because you'll see it doesn't even continue on down here.
Okay.
It's even got their stuff at the bottom. Must be a Saks issue.
Okay. And then finally, let's see here. We've got, if you could go back to page 15 and just speak to some of the not mets that if you haven't already. I know there's a handful there.
So as you go through the criteria and standards, they have a met, not met, and in a lot of these categories, they give you an average percentage, and it's not average necessarily all the time by our district. It's just an average statewide of what they use as kind of a gauge. So that kind of sets you up. So as we go through the not met, as we looked at the projected LCFF revenue, this is number 4. For any current or 2 subsequent fiscal years is not changed by more than 2% the first interim. Now, I didn't have to scroll to that particular page to find that for us and exactly the explanation for it. So I don't know if you want me to bounce back and forth, but what they do is they just give you, here's your flat 2% change. And we have had some increases as you look at that, because they also include supplemental and concentration in that. So as we start to increase on that, it's going to increase it, and it's going to adjust by 2%. In fact, I think we had a reduction at one point as well.
Okay.
And then salaries and benefits, total unrestricted general fund expenditures has not changed by more than the standard. So again, it's their state standard of tolerance in one way or the other. And because we have made reductions, that has changed our salary and benefits. Projected operating revenues, federal, state, have not changed by more than 5%. So we didn't meet that because we are going to see great reductions in state and federal revenues in our restricted side specifically, because we've been receiving all these one-time funds and block grants. And especially with the state ones, they preloaded like the arts, music, and a good bit, and also the learning recovery. So we saw a bunch of money coming in, and then all of a sudden it just drops off. So that's where you start to see those big swings. Under other expenditures, projected operating expenditures, book supply services, have not changed. So that one I might hold because I'd have to go down and look. And then there's also explanation boxes underneath those too. So when you get to that exact section, it'll have an explanation box, and it won't even let me submit it unless I put an explanation in there as to what it is. And if, of course, if the county office finds that it's not specific enough, they do have me add more to it. So this is kind of where we're at right now. Deficit spending, if any, has it exceeded the standard? Yeah, we've exceeded the standard, so it's a not met in our future out years. Contributions, have they changed by more than 20,000 or 5% for any current or subsequent years? As we were just discussing with the special education costs and contributions, that has definitely made a jump. Long-term commitments, oh, we don't need that. So that's a not met. I don't know if you want to go into the supplemental.
Okay. No, I think that's
Okay.
my question for now. Thank you.
Since we're on that list, could we just go down a little bit lower to status of labor agreements? Because one says that, let's see, that the AR, it's asking whether or not negotiations are still unsettled for certificated and classified. Is that, I thought that they were unsettled for,
Is that maybe
both groups.
backwards?
that's under
Yeah, I see that now.
S8.
It's on page 16.
Yeah, 16. Okay, no, I
16.
got that. I was going to scroll down to the
Oh,
actual,
copy.
the actual thing, because they should both be no, because those sections were filled out appropriately. Because neither one is settled.
It made me really question whether I'd been paying attention.
Or it could have been a click box issue too. Labor agreements, S8. Sorry, there's a lot of papers that go with this criterion standard. I'm at S6, hold on. I just got to 42. Classified, no. Let me scroll up. Certificated labor agreements as a board, it's no on here. So I'm not really sure why it didn't.
It's like maybe just a glitch then and carrying over to the other page. No, actually, if you look S8A on their 1B, it says, are any salary and benefit negotiations still unsettled? And we've got no. That should be yes, correct? Because it's still unsettled.
Correct. Okay, so let me make a note on that and we can fix that and reissue.
And a quick point of order, actually, this is President Holt. We got reminded of it a few months ago. We haven't been doing it, but we're supposed to actually have a motion to extend our meetings after 10 p.m. according to our bylaws. So seeing as it's already almost 11, I move that we extend our meeting past 10 p.m.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Seeing none, motion carries. Doing our due parliamentary diligence here.
Who seconded that one? Oh.
She's got it. Okay, so are there additional questions on this evening?
At the risk of being nitpicky, the prior, like the historic ratio of ADA to enrollment was like 99%. Is that possible?
In previous years?
Yeah, that just seemed really high. Maybe I'm confusing that with you know, average daily enrollment or something like that.
What page are you looking at?
I'm sorry, I think it was on page 19. But I don't know if that's 19 in the PDF or it's like. Yeah, 19 in the PDF, calculating the district's ADA to enrollment standard. I mean, the numbers are there and the math works out, but it just,
And you know, they pre-populate these generally too from all prior reports. And it is important to note too, as we were in those, we were also in ADA forgiveness. So we were able to claim ADA that we would have had prior year. Still for COVID.
oh, so, okay. Okay. Thanks.
All right, folks, do we have any more questions about the second interim this evening? Okay, so I think we brought up a couple of things. I know you make those adjustments for us. With that being said, I move that we approve the second interim budget report with the changes or adjustments that we noted.
I'll second.
Okay. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And those opposed? All right, seeing none, the motion carries. And moving to item 12A, comments from the superintendent.
I just have a couple of quick items. So one, I wanted to go back and talk about something that was not in my presentation, but we had discussed prior to a couple months ago, is that the step and column freeze that we had put on the original proposal for cuts is off the table. And the board had discussed that already and we had gone that direction, but you know, I just wanted to bring that back up and remind everybody. And then I also wanted to talk about student voices, because again, as you know, you probably hear it too much. It's one of my favorite things that I do is go to meet with students and, you know, they have a lot of ideas that are really promoting engagement, right? Students, they have a lot of ideas for sports and for programs, and they have a lot of good experience to draw from. I know that intramurals have come up from a trustee asking me questions, and then again from other people as well. You know, I'm really proud of the students to come forward and give us their list of things that they want, and I'm proud to be able to put that and memorialize it for them on something that I can send out, that they can see and maybe have a conversation with their parents that they had a voice in that. So as we continue to meet with student, or we, as I continue to meet with students and report back to the board, you'll hear things like flag football being added. In fact, one student was great. He said, I really want flag football. There's a lot of us that love it and we already have the flags, you know, so just the excitement, it is fun. There's a lot of heavy work that we do, but hearing from the kids and showing them that their voice carries is really important. When I go back to meet with them again in April, I'm going to take the template, the newer template that I'm working on, the LCAP, so I can show them where their voice is counted toward some of the work that we're doing for them in our district.
This is President Holt. Just want to share briefly, I was able to go speak at the city council, Auburn City Council, with the interim superintendent, and CBO was there, and a couple of trustees were in attendance as well. So I know some folks here in the audience were there too. So that was a great opportunity to get out, speak with the city, share what we're working on here, and hear some of those concerns as well. The other that I'd like to also share is coming up this month. If anybody's still listening, Saturday, March 30th is the fishing derby out at the regional park. So that's a great opportunity. I see lots of students out there every year. So that's a really fun one. So go hit the fishing derby.
This is Clerk Grisby. I wanted to start by saying that I was really excited to hear that we were at the PCOE job fair, and I can't wait for the next one. I know it's something small, but I admin a Facebook page, and definitely we can put it on there. It's open positions for Facebook. So that'd be a great idea right there. I wanted to say how excited I was with all of the different fundraisers this week. So let's see, Mr. Packheiser is planning or has been planning the pie sales. And I heard this afternoon that it has been so successful that they had one pie left. And they were all gone. They were so adorable. I let my daughter pick out two, and she was so excited about it. And she was just like, look, I made it. And it was hilarious. We went to Dos Hermanos Jalisco last night for the TKK fundraiser, and that was hilarious. I loved watching those kids run around. It made my husband so nervous. It was adorable. It was such a great turnout, and I can't wait to see it again. And it did make me remember that last year we actually did one with Maud's Pizza. So definitely let's get some more fundraisers. Let's get Dos Hermanos Jalisco. He is amazing. He is a wonderful person. He actually personally know him. So it was so much fun. I was so glad to be able to do that. And then don't forget about the talent show this Friday at Skyridge. We're actually going to be doing the concession stand, and the slushy machine will be there. So definitely everybody come for the talent show at Skyridge at 5:30, I believe it starts.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really, really fun.
So I volunteer with the Auburn Education Foundation, and I realize I only have 2 meetings before Big Day of Giving to remind you and to invite you to that event. So Auburn Education Foundation, as you probably well know, it's been in existence for over 40 years. It's an organization that I love being a part of because of all the contributions they've made over the years, and they focus on providing enrichment activities that the school district otherwise may not be able to provide. And they've funded programs such as Symphony Goes to School, which we saw at the 2 elementary schools as assemblies this year. They also fund the Renaissance Fair at E.V. Kane and educator grants. And so there's educators are, and this is any staff member in the school district can apply to, can just bring their good ideas forward to request classroom materials or other types of resources. Some groups this year are using it for a field trip or just kind of whatever they need that they don't have the resources for. So I brought this tonight because I'm hoping to put one of these on each campus and at the district office, and I was hoping just to drop one off at E.V. Kane while I was here. But the Big Day of Giving event is at the Station Public House. It'll be always the first Thursday of May, so it'll be the 2nd from 4 to 7 p.m. And it's a really fun event because it brings students and families and educators from all over the district together. And we're going to be once again have the opportunity to hear from different student groups, such as the E.V. Kane Band will be playing. I don't want to miss anyone, but I think there will be representation from each of the school sites, whether it's dance or choir, or there are various groups that we are engaging in performing at that event. So please consider supporting Auburn Education Foundation or just coming out to be part of the event. Thank you.
I don't really have much to share tonight other than just, great news, great job, board and administration for second positive interim budget report. So I think that's great news moving forward, and let's keep it that way.
I want to shout out the E.V. Kane basketball team, especially the girls team. They did phenomenal. Their last basketball game was last week, I believe. So just wanted to give them a shout out. Also, you heard March 22nd is our drama at Auburn Elementary, 6 p.m. And our play is called Governance and Citizenship. So we're trying to teach our students all how to be advocates as well as know what kind of government we are in. They seem to be having a blast with that. And then I do want to shout out our instructional coach, Emily. I had an incredible conversation with her, and I just love that she is being proactive rather than reactive and really trying to start from the bottom up, especially with our TK and kindergarten. So hearing how excited she was about just ordering little chairs was really, really exciting to hear. And the color run, if you haven't sponsored an EV Kane student, make sure you sponsor an EV Kane student for the color run. And I hate to compete with Trustee Brickler, but May 2nd, we're running a Kids-A-Palooza sports edition over at Regional Park. So we're bringing a lot of different resources that families can have access to. We need to talk to Placer Bank, the food bank, and just providing more access and resources to our students and families, which is really important. And I did just get a job promotion. So I'm working with SCOE to put in arts integrated curriculum. So we're integrating different art concepts, mediums. Specifically, I'm working with hip hop to put this into our curriculum and Sacramento County Office of Education, and then train teachers on that and developing that. So just a shout out to SCOE and Placer County. Let me get this right. Arts Council Placer County is now looking into moving into training artists to get into the classroom. So I am consulting and working with them to help make that happen so we can get more arts into our classroom funded by Prop 28, which alleviates stress from our schools and allows arts councils to kind of get involved a little more. So I'm really excited for that.
All right. And folks, with that, it is 11:05 and this meeting is adjourned.